Let us pray. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the office of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor as your servants whom you've been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and of those whose interests you have committed to our church. Amen. Proceed.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honourable members, I have 2 communications. This particular communication is in addition to the one I made towards the end of the last session, to just amplify and correct the situation. Honourable members, you will recall that on the 5th of December 2019, I made a communication to the House regarding the status of delivery of decisions on the draft Punguza Mizigo Constitutional Amendment Bill 2019 by the county assemblies to the speakers of the 2 houses of parliament. In the communication, I also informed the House that the Speaker of the Senate and I had jointly developed and published standard guidelines for delivery by the county assemblies to the speakers of the two houses of parliament of a draft bill for the amendment of the constitution by popular initiative to inform the process. The guidelines were published in the Kenya Gazette as legal notice number 175 of 22nd November 2019. Honourable members, paragraphs 5 and 6 of the guidelines provide as follows, and I quote, 5. Upon the expiry of the period specified under Article 257, Clause 5 of the Constitution for the consideration of a draft bill by a county assembly, the speakers of the two houses of parliament shall, A, report to the respective houses of parliament, Roman 1, the county assemblies that have submitted the draft bill and the certificate approving the bill, Roman 2, the county assemblies that have submitted the draft bill and the certificate rejecting the bill. Roman 3, the county assemblies that did not submit the draft bill and the certificate. Roman 4, whether or not the threshold required under Article 257, Clause 7 of the Constitution has been met. And finally, Roman 5, such other information as the speakers of the two houses of parliament may consider necessary. And B, submit to the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission and publish by notice in the Gazette the information specified under subparagraph A. Subsection 6. The speakers of the House of Parliament shall not receive any draft bill and certificate where the bill was considered by the County Assembly after the expiry of the period specified under Article 257, Clause 6 of the Constitution. Close the quotes. Honourable members, in furtherance to requirements of paragraph 5 of the same guidelines in respect of the draft Punguza Mizigo Constitutional Amendment Bill 2019, I reported in the House that the statistics of the submissions which had been formally delivered by the respective speakers of the county assemblies as of December 5th, 2019. In that communication, I did inform the House that A, 26 county assemblies had delivered the draft bill with a certificate indicating their respective decisions on the bill. B, out of the 26, 3 county assemblies, that is Machakos, Turkana, and Western Gishu, and approved the bill. C, out of the same number, 23 county assemblies and rejected the draft bill. These were Kwale, Kilifi, Tana River, Wajir, Mandera, Marsabit, Isiolo, Meru, Tharaka Nithi, Kitui, Makueni, Nyeri, Murang'a, Samburu, Trans Nzoia, Nandi, Laikipia, Narok, Kajiado, Kericho, Bomet, Bungoma, and Busia. D, 21 other county assemblies were yet to deliver decisions of the draft bill to the speakers of the House of Parliament with a certificate indicating either the approval or rejection of the bill. These were the county assemblies of Mombasa, Lamu, Taita Taveta, Garissa, Embu, Nyandarua, Kirinyaga, Kiambu, West Pokot, Elgeyo Marakwet, Baringo, Nakuru, Kakamega, Vihiga, Siaya, Kisumu, Homa Bay, Migori, Kisii, Nyamira, and Nairobi City County. The Speaker of the Senate, Adai, did publish this information in the Kenya Gazette, Gazette Notice number 11013, dated 22nd of November 2019, for the information of the general public. Honorable members, the County Assembly of Machakos initially submitted their certificate on October 24, 2019, whereas the certificate indicated the County Assembly and rejected the draft bill, the forwarding letter indicated the opposite. We have since received clarification to the effect that the County Assembly of Machakos did not actually approve the Punguza Mizigo Constitutional Amendment Bill 2019. In addition, we have also received a certificate indicating the rejection of the said bill by the County Assembly of Vihiga. This was one of the 21 county assemblies which had not submitted their certificates to the 2 speakers of Parliament. Given the fact that there is no timeline within which a county assembly has to submit its feedback to Parliament after having considered the draft bill under Article 257 of the Constitution, within the stipulated 90 days, the Speaker of the Senate and myself found it difficult to disallow the submission by the said County Assembly, even though it was submitted more than 2 months after the County Assembly had considered and made its decision on the draft bill. Indeed, this lacuna is one of the several gaps that have been identified with respect to the process of amending the Constitution through popular initiative and Article 257 of our Constitution, which in our view may require to be addressed in law or through other legislative instruments. As speakers of the two houses of Parliament, the experience of the Punguza Mizigo Constitutional Amendment Bill 2019 has caused us to reflect on a number of questions. For instance, since the Constitution obligates only the county assemblies which have approved such a bill to send their certificates to the speakers of the Houses of Parliament, are we to assume that those county assemblies whose certificates are not being received considered and rejected the bill? Further, since the 3 months timelines under Article 257, Clause 5 and 6 of the Constitution relates to the period of consideration of the bill by county assemblies, and no timeline is prescribed for the conveyance of the certificates to Parliament, for how long should the speakers of the House of Parliament wait for the speakers of the county assemblies to submit the approval certificates before pronouncing the fate of the particular bill? It is clearly evident that there are gaps in the Constitution that ought to be addressed. Nevertheless, honourable members, the new decisions now bring the total number of county assemblies that rejected the draft bill to 25, and those that approved the bill within the 90 days period to 2. Article 257, Clause 7 provides that if a draft bill to amend the Constitution by popular initiative has been approved by a majority of county assemblies, it shall be introduced in Parliament without delay. The statistics I've just read confirm that the Punguza Mizigo Constitutional Amendment Bill 2019 did not meet the threshold to be introduced in Parliament, and hence stands lost. It must remain where it was. In this regard, I hereby direct the clerk to submit this information to the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission and also publish the same in the Gazette as required under paragraph 5, Clause B of the guidelines published on 22nd of November 2019, and the House is accordingly informed. I thank you. Honourable members making your way, please take your seats. I have yet another short communication. Very well, honourable members, I wish to draw the attention of the House to concerns that have been raised by the House leadership and members in general with regard to the security and safety of members in the precincts of Parliament. Standing Orders 99, 100, and 101 are explicit on maintenance of security in the House. The provisions of these standing orders are also replicated in the Speaker's rules. Honourable members, the concerns raised include the increased human traffic, whereby there has been an alarming number of visitors hanging around the corridors and in the restaurants in Parliament. Indeed, it is a major concern that at times there have been more visitors in the restaurants than members. In addition, it is a common occurrence to find visitors, staff of the Commission, and staff of members walking in the corridors without displaying their identification badges. Further, it is very alarming that visitors in Parliament are being allowed into the buildings with the bags and other luggages. These have also been, there also have been cases of visitors accessing the galleries without going through security screening. There are also reports of visitors and former members holding Parliament's website passes. You'll agree with me that the above concerns present major security concerns and the situation needs to be urgently addressed. Honourable members, in view of the above, I wish to reiterate my communication to the House made on October 11th, 2017, where I called upon all members to accord the necessary cooperation and support to the officers who are responsible for enforcement of the rules relating to security in the precincts of Parliament. These officers are also mandated to conduct stringent screening of members' vehicles before allowing them access into the precincts of Parliament. The officers are instructed to ensure security in the precincts of the institution without fail. Honourable members, the Speaker's rules are also categorical on the number of visitors that a member can bring to any part of the buildings or precincts of Parliament. That number is 2 visitors per member at a given time. And honourable members, I wish to reiterate this. 2 visitors at any one given time. And I've given strict instructions that if a member has intentions of inviting more than 2, you must obtain permission from the clerk or from the Speaker. In view of the limited space in the Parliament buildings, particularly the restaurants, which have a total seating capacity of 340, against a membership of 418 in the 2 houses, there is need, therefore, to further limit the number of visitors accessing the restaurants. In view of the foregoing, the following measures should be strictly adhered to henceforth. 1, all persons must go through security screening before entering the precincts of Parliament. 2, upon going through security screening, all visitors must be given physical passes signed by the Speaker or the clerk bearing the day's date and thereafter directed to the relevant offices. All passes issued whose permit is to access Parliament buildings for a day shall be surrendered to the security at the gates at the time of exiting the buildings. 4, all visitors, staff of the Commission and staff of members of Parliament should at all times display their identification badges. No visitor is to be allowed into the Parliament buildings with the bags or other luggage. All such bags and luggage must be left at the luggage holding area to be set up near the minister's gates. The officers responsible for safety and security are hereby directed to put in place administrative measures for the management of left luggage. 6, security officers and orderlies should be discouraged from accompanying visitors and witnesses attending committee sittings as they end up hanging and idling around the corridors of Parliament buildings in large numbers. They should instead wait at the parking bays or in the vehicles. Honourable members, at this point I wish to clarify this. There's been a noticed trend where particularly state officers known as governors have a tendency, a habit, a very undesirable habit of coming with so many bodyguards that they hang around all over. Parliament is a secure place. Once they have been cleared to come into the precincts of Parliament, those other idlers must be left in their cars and not to hang around in the corridors. And that applies also to cabinet secretaries and any other such state officers. There is nothing to fear, there is no war, this is not a war zone. Once they have been cleared to come into the precincts of Parliament, bodyguards, and such other funny stuff, supporters and the like. They must remain in the car park at the parking. And this, we've agreed, is going to be implemented without exception. 7, no person shall be allowed to access the galleries without going through security screening. 8, officers responsible for safety and security must ensure that the vetting process for members and staff for purposes of issuance of vehicle passes is henceforth enhanced, and such passes ought not to be issued to visitors or former members. Those are for car passes, and this must be strictly for sitting members. Those others can get theirs differently. The ones for sitting members, to facilitate ease of entry of members. We have agreed about how that is to be done. 9, there should be adequate manning of the parliament buildings and random security patrols carried out in all the buildings and parking bays, including the basement parking. No vehicle should be left at the basement parking for unreasonably long periods of time. And at this point, honourable members, those of you who may park their vehicles and disappear 3 months, until when you go there, the vehicles are even deflated. What is the intention? Do you want to throw it away so that we can have it removed and destroy it? So, honourable members, this is meant to address that problem, because the parking bay is supposed to be to facilitate members. 11, whereas the 2 visitors rule per member for admission into the restaurant remains going forward, the restaurants in the main parliament buildings will only admit a maximum of 45 visitors at a time. This number represents about 15% of the total seating capacity of the said restaurant. Members are therefore encouraged to refrain from having repeat visitors in order to give as many other persons or even other members an opportunity to access the restaurant. Honourable members, given these new challenges, the Speaker's Rules 2017 will be reviewed in order to reflect the current modern safety and security standards. In the meantime, as the chairperson of the Parliamentary Service Commission, I will, in the course of the coming week, issue a circular to actualize this communication with respect to admission and conduct of visitors within the precincts of Parliament. The House is accordingly guided. Honourable members, as this is not part of this communication, but I also want to encourage honourable members not to be accosted by strangers and they tell you they know the Honourable Robert Mbui, the Honourable Chris Wamalo, the Honourable Washiali, the Honourable Deputy Speaker, and then you say, oh, you come from his constituency, come, we go in. Honourable members, that is also undesirable. Let not a person meet you coming at the gate and they say, oh, I was coming to look for the Honourable Olagwa Luoch, the Honourable Beatrice Ngatha, the Honourable Sholei, and you say, come, in fact, we are in the same committee, let's go. Please, honourable members, refrain from that also. If they were coming to see the Honourable Gladys Sholei, they should have contacted her or her PA. Don't be the one to assist. And all members, I'm saying this, and I'm sorry the member is not in the chamber. He's a member who dropped a visitor in my office yesterday. And he disappeared. But the visitor was, when I allowed him, I said, how did you find your way here? He said, I was brought by the Honourable so-and-so. And the visitor purported to wear some funny clothing and said he was a bishop. Then he starts giving stories about how many children he has in which universities and what, house rent. I mean, honourable members, please. I do not deal with the things that you do. So please keep me out of this. I'm sure the member knows himself. because even here in the chamber, he's also almost called a bishop. And you can see where I'm looking at. Certainly not the Honorable Kevin Wanyonyi. He's not the one. The Honorable Kevin Wanyonyi does not refer to himself as a bishop. But please, even if you are a bishop and you meet another bishop, don't come and dump them in my office. I don't know them. Please, if they are my visitors, like I've said, they will come through the normal way. And I do have visitors, but they come through the normal way. And I know several members have also come in a similar way, deposited visitors or strangers, especially if they come from the northern part of Kenya. They deposit them in the office of the leader of majority, and he's supposed to deal with everybody from northern part of Kenya. So, honourable members, these rules are supposed to help us serve you better because of the current state of affairs in the world and which we are all quite alive to. It is not a punishment. It is not to say that we don't need visitors. We actually need visitors, but please also observe that procedure. Because, and we are saying this, honourable members, some of you also, when you know you have invited 10 people, you just call your colleagues from particularly your region, so they go and tell you, you bring two. So at the end of the day, one member will be having a crowd of 10. But you have asked other members to help you to bring them in. Please, let's not do those meetings in the restaurants. Thank you, honourable members. Yes, the Honourable Olawoloch, I did not mention you in a bad light, but...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to commend you for the direction you have given in respect of honourable members' security and the security of the buildings of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, being a ranking member of this House, I have noticed increasingly how carelessly members take their own security and the security of the buildings of this Parliament. Mr. Speaker, it is important that we take your directions very strongly, because at the end of the day, it's members themselves who are responsible for their own security. As a ranking member of the House, Mr. Speaker, I would like to urge all my colleagues in this House to take your direction seriously and let's be responsible for our own security and the security of the building of Parliament. It is important. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well spoken, Honourable Olawoloch. The Honourable Sankok, I know you are particularly concerned about the tunnel.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. And Honourable Speaker, we do appreciate your communication. Some of us who are new members, we take your communication very seriously and will abide by your communication. Honourable Speaker, but we have an underground channel, and if it is complete on time or in time, then Honourable Speaker, you'll find that you will not be loitering through the normal gate, and will not find visitors and bringing them. Honourable Speaker, but it is good to inform you that I have never dumped any visitor in your office. I do respect your office as the third most powerful office in the land. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
Honourable Sholei.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I, the undersigned, on behalf of the representatives of Biodiversity and Biosafety Association of Kenya, the Kenya Organic Agriculture Network, the Resources-Oriented Development Initiative, and the Route to Food Initiative, draw the attention of the House to the following: that there has been an increase in the prevalence of chemical pesticides in Kenya, which pose a risk to human health and harmful effects to the environment. That the volume of imported insecticides, herbicides, fungicides has more than doubled in the last 4 years from 6,400 tons in 2015 to 15,600 tons in 2018, with a growth rate of 144%. That despite this, there is no available data concerning the use of pesticide concentration and the concentration of pesticides in water, soil, food, and their related impacts. That there are products on the Kenyan market that are certainly classified as carcinogenic, and those are 24 products, mutagenic, 24 products, endocrine disruptors, 35 products, neurotoxic, which are 140 products, and many which show clear effects on reproduction toxicity, which are 262 products, many of which have been banned and withdrawn from the European market, the United Kingdom, and the United States. That this is a worrying because the increase in the pesticide use has not been accompanied by the necessary safeguards to control how they are applied and used. That during the pesticide registration process in Kenya, mainly the purity and the efficacy of the product is tested. Data on human and environmental health under the local conditions is scarcely taken into consideration. The Pest Control Product Act, Cap 346 of the laws of Kenya, does not state the environmental and or the human health as possible concern during the registration process. That the Kenya Plant Health and Inspectorate Service, KEPHIS, has been contravening Section 15 of the Pest Control Product Act by failing to publish available information on the actual levels of pesticides in food samples collected and putting in place regular monitoring systems. That there is no epidemiological health studies related to pesticide exposure on our health and their impact on the environment. That the Pest Control Products Board, PCPB, has not been following the World Health Organization and the Food and Agriculture Organization International Code of Conduct on Pesticide Management in Kenya. That efforts have been made to address the matter with the relevant authorities to no avail. That the matter in respect of which this petition is raised are not pending before any court of law, constitutional or legal body. Therefore, your humble petitioners pray that the National Assembly, through the Departmental Committee on Health, 1, causes the executive to order for an immediate ban of all products on the Kenyan market classified as carcinogenic, mutagenic, endocrine disruptors, neurotoxic, and many which show clear effects on reproduction toxicity. 2, causes the government to withdraw all harmful and toxic pesticides in Kenya's market based on the active ingredients used that pose serious health risks to Kenyans, and develops and implements a strategy to remove such harmful pesticides from our market, recognizing that it can take several years for products to be completely unavailable through our local shops and dealers. 3rd, ensures that the government establishes and strengthens a monitoring system on the use of pesticides through increased data collection on food samples in the market and the level of pesticides contained. 4, causes an amendment to the Pesticide Control Products Law to include the list of pesticides that have been withdrawn from the market based on the serious health risks posed to Kenyans, and to make it mandatory for the Pest Control Products Board to assess data on environmental and human health impacts during the registration process and re-registration process of the products. And 5, makes any other order that it deems fit in the circumstances of this petition. And your petitioners will ever pray, presented by myself, this 5th day of March 2020. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Petition is referred to the Committee on Health, Departmental Committee on Health. Before we get to the next petition, allow me to recognize the presence in public gallery of students and pupils from the following institutions: Pioneer School, Katanga Constituency, Murang'a County, and 2, Laikipia University students, Laikipia West Constituency, Laikipia County. And I welcome to observe the proceedings in the National Assembly this afternoon. Yes, Honorable Pukose, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the petition that has been raised by Honorable Gladys Sholei is a very important petition, and it was raised in the last session of this Parliament, and it elapsed without the committee addressing. We are hoping the matters that she has raised are very weighty. This is concerning the food safety that everybody, each of us is exposed every day. Most of the food, you go to the supermarket, you are getting oranges, you are getting whatever food you get there, even tomatoes. They have been sprayed with the chemicals. Some of those chemicals, she's used terms, being a lawyer, such as mutagenic. Maybe some people might not understand what mutations means. Carcinogenic. Some of them are the ones that are endocrine disruptors. They can make...
That seems to be similar to something. What has it to do with wheelbarrows? And I had something there.
No, we remember one of the governors, who now happens to be the Speaker of the other house, imported some wheelbarrows that were anti-carcinogenic. They were preventing cancer attack. Yes. Actually, most of us will start getting concerned when you hear of many cases of cancer increasing, but some of them are related to some of these pesticides that we spray. So what in her prayer, she's saying that pesticides that can cause cancer should not be allowed in our market. And it's a very important thing that she's raising. So I was hoping that the Committee on Health should be able to take this matter very seriously and look at it, because the laws that we have in this country, Honorable Speaker, apparently they are very relaxed on food safety. But on food security, maybe they are able to do something. But on food safety, we have issues. Because even the other day, you remember, meat that is bought in the supermarket is laced with some chemicals as a preservative in quantities that can cause cancer. So this is something that needs to be looked into with the seriousness it deserves. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Let me not allow too many comments on this, but it is a bit baffling that both the chair and the vice chair of the Committee on Health are conspicuously absent. I hope I can see an agent of necessity who wishes to make some comments. Member for Matungulu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank Gladys Sholei for that petition. Mr. Speaker, I belong to the Health Committee. We handled the last petition. And Mr. Speaker, I would wish to request your intentions on this kind of a petition. Is such a serious petition whereby the committee requires several agencies to deal with, and also the international community which deals with these products to give us guidance, Mr. Speaker. At some point, Mr. Speaker, you find that there are products which have been banned in Europe, but they are approved locally here by our own authorities. Mr. Speaker, this is a petition which I believe it should not take the same course like any other petitions. We need to sit down and come up with a clear time framework whereby we need to engage the agencies which ban these products in Europe, and also it is raising a very fundamental issues about the security of this country, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage Honorable that we'll take this matter seriously. We still have pending requests from the original petition, whereby we have written to several agencies across the globe to give us clear evidence. Mr. Speaker, we are dealing with some suppliers and an industry which is worse than terrorists. Because, Mr. Speaker, some of these multinational companies, when their products are banned in Europe, in America, they dump them in Africa. And they use our own regulatory authorities locally to make sure that they push those products within the African market. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the honorable member, and I will convey this to my able chair and vice chair. We have a quick sitting, come up with a timetable. We make sure that we involve all the agencies locally, including the DCI, including the entire security agency.
Who has stopped you from doing that?
Mr. Speaker, if you look on how these products are being registered.
No, let us not just be alarmist.
Yes.
Go look into the issues,
Yes.
bring a report.
We'll do.
If you need to be facilitated to travel to whatever part of the hemisphere,
Yes.
please let's know.
We stand guided, Mr. Speaker, and I want to assure you we'll do our best to come to the bottom of this issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well.
Well done.
Member for Nambala, you also want to weigh in on this same?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I think it's really, really timely, and I want to thank Honorable Shelley and her team for bringing it up. I would just like to add that as they look at food, they should also look at feed, because as we feed our animals, they become what they eat, we eat them, and we become what they ate initially. Two, there are the risks of association. There are still many places where humans and animals are in very close proximity, not just during the day, sometimes during the night as well, because maybe because of security they're brought in. I think increased awareness on these risks is very important. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, sir, I know they will look at it, sometimes camouflaged because of politics, but the quality of imported food is very, very important, particularly ready from import to the table or import to the frying pan and the table. We have had credible concerns about things like fish from certain countries because we don't control the feed quality, the feeding quality and the feed quality. We take what they give us. It looks like this country is reluctant to take a firm stance. So I know that this will open the window for that kind of consideration in an impartial but rigorous way. And lastly, she mentioned the need for studies in epidemiology. I think it's very important that even our counties and the ministry has these kinds of surveys regularly. They go out, they help us to make decisions on how we are going to maintain our own health. They help institutions and these local government, county governments also to understand what are the major sources of disease challenges in these areas. Those are very important. I hope that they can cause budgets to go to them so we can get those kinds of studies. With those few remarks, thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honourable members, in view of because of the business that is at hand, no, you will, I'm sure, members of the Health Committee, you don't need to begin telling us this because the petition is going to be with you, and you are the people who are going to investigate. I know the honourable member for Seme would have spoken for another 10 minutes, but because I know his prowess and expertise in the area, I want it to come in the form of the report. When then the Honourable Dr. Nyikalu will get all the time, as you know. Let's get the next petition by the member for Bumula, the Honourable Mwambu Mabonga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But I hope, Mr. Speaker, this is not the bishop you are referring to. I just wanted to, because occasionally I'm referred to as bishop.
The one I was referring to is in the chamber now.
I, the undersigned.
and I can see him laughing a great deal.
I, the undersigned, on behalf of the concerned residents of Bumula constituency, draw the attention of the House to the following. That Article 26 of the Constitution guarantees every Kenyan the inalienable right of life by providing that a person shall not be deprived of life intentionally, while Article 29 of the Constitution safeguards every person's right to freedom and security, which includes the right not to be subjected to any form of violence from either public or private sources. That Article 238 of the Constitution envisages national security as the protection against internal and external threats to Kenyan territory, integrity, and sovereignty of its people. Their rights, freedom, property, peace, stability, and prosperity. Further, that Article 239(2) of the Constitution places the primary responsibility and obligation for promoting and guaranteeing national security on the national security organs, which are the Kenya Defense Forces, the Kenya Intelligence Services, and the National Police Service. That the residents of Bumula have been experiencing incessant cases of insecurity involving armed gangs that have been attacking homes, businesses, and individuals, causing lives of property, injury to victims, and continued disruption of livelihoods. That on 15th September 2019, a second-year university student named Amos Faluma was attacked, murdered in cold blood at Shoya village in Kabula ward, and his motorbike was stolen. That on 19th November 2019, thugs armed with the guns struck Napara market in Kimaet ward and injured a number of people, including Moses Kokonya, a woman by the name Evelyn, and Martin Kapondi. That on 21st 2019, a Form 2 student named Neiva Wafula of St. Anton Nabreria Secondary School in Kabula ward was shot dead at Svembe market with armed attackers. That on 19th December, Mr. Speaker, armed attackers attacked Mareba Bar at Mateka Market in South Pukusu ward and shot one identified person, Mambo. That in December 2019 and January 2020, several heads of cattle were stolen from Kibachenje, Tabuti, Market, and Mwanda, among other villages in South Bukusu. And Mr. Speaker, the theft of livestock has been going on almost every daily basis throughout the constituency. That on 10th of January 2020, a young man named Crispinas Muraki Wamarwa was attacked by the said gang at a local pub at Mianga Township in Kimaet ward and later succumbed to injuries. That on 15th January 2020, a young businessman named Philip Oshako Mutichiro was fatally shot by the thugs at night at Samichi village in Kabula ward, and the following day, Mr. Speaker, on 16th January 2020, Jonas Simiyu was hacked to death at his home, and his wife was raped in front of the children in Vitobo village. That due to proximity of the constituents to the Kenya-Uganda border, there are claims, Mr. Speaker, that some perpetrators of these heinous attacks sneak in from the neighboring country, wreak havoc, and retreat. But despite these numerous instances and many others not detailed here, and despite the numerous complaints filed by the residents, no definite security measures have been taken by the security agencies in the constituency to secure lives and the property of the residents. But while victims and families of those who lost their lives, who lost their loved ones, are crying for justice, efforts to have the matter addressed by the way of questions raised on the floor of this House, Mr. Speaker, letters to the Cabinet Secretary of Interior and Coordination of National Government, and the Inspector General of Police have been futile. Mr. Speaker, even last night I lost somebody in the hands of reckless police officers. But the matters raised in this petition are not pending before any court of law. Therefore, your humble petitioner prays that the National Assembly, through the Department Committee on Administration and National Security, inquires into all the matters raised in this petition with a view to compelling the relevant state agencies to take necessary action towards the restoration of security, protection of lives and property of the residents, and compensation of the victims of the said attacks. And your petitioners will forever pray, presented by myself this day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. I will have that referred to the Committee on Administration and National Security for response. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Leader of Majority.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House. Today, Thursday, 5th March 2020, list of nominees to 80 National Government Constituency Development Fund, committees from the National Constituency Development Fund Board from the following constituencies. Mr. Speaker, it's a long list of 80 constituencies, and I'll table, and if your constituency is not here, that means you need to tell your fund manager to send it so that together the House can approve next week for gazettement of the committee members of the respective constituency development fund. I beg to table.
The Vice Chair, Departmental Committee on Labor and Social Welfare. With it.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, March 5th, 2020. The report of the Departmental Committee on Labor and Social Welfare on its consideration of the Labor Relations Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 18 of 2019, and the care and protection of the older members of the society, Senate Bill number 17 of 2018. I beg to move. I beg to table.
On behalf of the Chairman of the Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations, the Honorable Caleb Amisi.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House. Today, Thursday, 5th March 2020. Delegation report of the Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations on the oversight inspection visit to Kenyan missions in Muscat, Sultanate of Oman, Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates from 10th to 17th November 2019.
Further, another report of that committee by the Honorable Charles Kilonzo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, March 5th, 2020. Delegation reports on the Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations on the oversight inspection visit to Kenya's diplomatic missions in Zambia and South Africa from 1st to 8th September 2019.
Very well. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
First question by the member, nominated member, the Honorable Nasri Sahal. No, notice of motion? Yeah, there's no notice.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Sorry, but I have not been notified. This is the problem. I don't have those names. The Honorable Chair of Committee on Implementation, you have a paper you want to table.
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, 5th March 2020. Report of the Committee on Implementation on a study visit to Lusaka, Zambia, from 3rd to 9th March 2019. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Well, next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
So the first question is by the Honorable nominated member, Honorable Nasri Sahal. Is the member present? Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask question number 029/2020, directed to Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development, and Public Works. 1, could the Cabinet Secretary explain why the construction of Madogashe-Samata Road in Wajir County has stalled despite the project having received funding? 2, could the Cabinet Secretary state when the construction of the said road is expected to resume, and when will the road be completed? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
To be responded to before the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works, and Housing. Next question by the member for Kabete, Yelua Wamachukuru.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. This is question number 038/2020, directed to Cabinet Secretary for Health. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain why patients under the National Hospital Insurance Fund program are mostly instructed to purchase prescribed medicine from outside the health facilities at prices that exhaust the allowable limit or exceed the available NHIF cover? 2, could the ministry consider urgently addressing this matter that is greatly inconveniencing thousands of NHIF-covered patients? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To be responded to before the Departmental Committee on Health. A third question is by the member for Marsabit County, the Honorable Safia Sheikh Adan. Is the member present? Very well.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask question number 39 of 2020. The question is directed to the chairperson of the Independent and Electoral Boundaries Commission, IBC. When will the commission clearly demarcate the boundaries of all the constituencies in Marsabit County, including neighboring counties, to address the uncertainties regarding the physical feature that guide the limit of the said boundaries? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Question it is indicated is for a written reply, so it is going to be forwarded to the chairman of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, who is expected to respond within not later than end of 14 days from the date hereof. So if after 14 days you have not received the written reply, raise the matter on the floor, Honorable Safia. Yes. The next question is by the member for Laikipia County, the Honorable Catherine Warogoro. Welcome back to the House.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Speaker. I also say thank you to God and also to the leadership of this House and the members of Parliament, my good brothers and sisters, for the support you have accorded me when I was away, and the people of Laikipia for being very patient with me to continue doing the noble job of kuongeza kura. I want to ask question 040 of the year 20, that is 040 of the year 2020, to the Cabinet Secretary of Lands and Physical Planning. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide a progressive report on the status of issuance of title deeds to the public schools in Laikipia County in line with government directive that all public schools be issued with title deeds? Thank you.
Well, to be responded to before the ever efficient Departmental Committee on Lands. Honourable members, I hope yes, Honourable Mili.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure it must have escaped your attention because you are consulting that Honorable Kate Waruguru failed to thank the man behind her success. She thanked her constituents and everybody, but failed to thank the man behind the success of the increase of the voters.
Why man refers to singular? But she thanked the entire House. And I only hope that you had a successful, is it each for equal breakfast meeting? The next question of members is by the member for Sigowet Soin, the Honorable Kipsengret Koros, who has written requesting for its deferment, which request I have acceded to, and therefore it's not to be asked. I know the member for Mandera East, Hassan Mali.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on 24th of February, I had asked a question on private member's notice to the Minister of Defense in respect to a serious issue in my constituency, and I'm yet to get any response from the Committee of Defense, and it's a serious matter. Mr. Speaker, I beg to know the status of that private member's question which I had asked on 24th of February.
The Chair of Defense had indicated that Chair of Defense. Now you have started misbehaving. The member who went to increase population, you have forgotten the rules of the House in the process of doing what you have been doing.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, indeed, the member for Mandera East did ask the question, and you refer it to the Committee of Defense and Foreign Relations. And as a procedure, we forwarded the question to the clerk's office, who wrote to the ministry. And I just want to request for more time, because what is happening in Mandera is in public domain, and it's a serious issue that needs a lot of consultation. We are all aware that there was a National Security Council meeting yesterday, chaired by His Excellency the President, and the CS, Cabinet Secretary for Defense, is a member. And so because of all those consultations, we request for more time, that the ministry be given more time to put its house in order, and then they appear before the committee, probably next week, Mr. Speaker, and we'll be able to dispense with the question. The leader of majority will be in hand to assist our committee to see how we can dispense off with that matter.
Leader of majority, you.
Mr. Speaker, because the standing orders allow me to first put the question. This is a very important question. But the Minister for Defense is out of the country. Last week she was out of the country. This week she's out of the country. And I will make more following up before the end of the day tomorrow. If she's available next week, the question will be answered before the committee. But that is the only reason. I mean, what is going on in Mandera, notwithstanding, the minister who is to answer the question, that is the information availed to the office of the clerk and availed to us, that the minister is away. So once the minister is back next week, on official duties is back, we will ask Honorable Omar to indulge us.
You want to make it a debate? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As much as I appreciate the response given by the Majority Leader and the Chairman for Defense, Mr. Speaker, the situation is not, the Chairman did say that we need more time. There's no time limit that he had asked for. We say next week. And Mr. Speaker, the situation is not as, lightly put. The situation as we speak this morning, Mr. Speaker, a school called Barwaga Boys Secondary School is closed because of the invasion of the people from Somalia, Mr. Speaker. I therefore want this House to understand the weight of this matter, Mr. Speaker, because the way it is being handled, it's handled in such a casual manner that the lives of Kenyans will be at risk, Mr. Speaker. I therefore, through your guidance, Mr. Speaker, I want the said minister, because the ministry has, this ministry has generals, has PS, has CS. I don't believe that the Chairman for Defense could say we need more time with no time frame, Mr. Speaker.
That the Chairman indicated next week also. talked about next week. And since we don't sit on Saturdays and Sundays, on Mondays, until you amend the standing orders, I'll be willing to come and preside if you say we need to sit on those days. So next week, the earliest that they can meet should be maybe Tuesday. Yeah? Let's give the chairman a chance to bring a report. Honorable Nyamai, you have some intervention. What is it? I'm mindful that the member for Kisumu Town East is missing, is about to miss his flight, and he has a request.
Honorable Speaker, this was before the Honorable Kato, the chair, made a comment at Honorable Duale, because I had just looked at the Honorable Omar, and I watched both his verbal and non-verbal communication. And Honorable Speaker, have been in this situation. It was not as grave as it is in Mandera. And I know that there is a lot of pressure on the Member of Parliament when anything to do with security happens. So I'd put an intervention to ask whether there is anything that can be done or any assurance that he can be given so that he can give to his constituents. Because I know what it means when constituents have a problem. And this is, I am relating this with what was happening in Mudha. So, Honorable Speaker, I just felt that he needed some more reassurance than what he was getting from the chair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, the Honorable Dr. Rachel Nyamai now has become an expert in physiognomy because she said physio and the body, and I believe but nevertheless, the Honorable Nyamai, your suggestion, I think, is taken in good stand. I think the chair, Honorable Kato, will come to rise to the occasion. Let me, again on this segment, second segment, part B, the Honorable John Olagwaloch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad I'm asking for this statement in the presence of the Chair of Lands Committee, Honorable Rachel Nyamai. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 44, sub 2, sub C, I wish to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Lands regarding the illegal acquisition and reallocation of a parcel of land, LR number 332/182, belonging to the National Police Service at Maseno Township in Kisumu West constituency. Mr. Speaker, for the last 7 years since 2013, there have been illegal acquisition of parcels of land in Maseno belonging to the National Police Service, and the said parcel of land has been partitioned and then reallocated to private institutions and private developers without written approval from the National Police Service or the National Land Commission. New numbers have been given to these parcels illegally created, and the said parcels have then been allocated to individuals for development. Mr. Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the Chairperson of the Committee on Lands on the following issues. One, when was parcel number LR 332/182 in Maseno Township, Kisumu West constituency, allocated to the National Police Service? Two, under what circumstances was part of this parcel of land reallocated to private developers, and the numbers of the new parcels created and the identities of the persons or institutions to whom the reallocations was done? Three, what steps is being taken by the ministry to ensure that the parcel of land is reversed back to the National Police Service? And lastly, Mr. Speaker, what action is the ministry taking to secure all parcels of land all over the Republic belonging to the National Police Service from being irregularly reallocated? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I think the chair is around. Honorable Nyamai, would you want to give an indication of how much time you may require to respond? This is a request for a statement.
2 weeks. Yes, Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the Honorable Member for raising the matter, and I would like to give 2 weeks as a timeline for giving the response back. Thank you.
I see the Honorable John Olagolwatch is agreeable to that. Next request is by the Honorable Benjamin Gadhiru Mwangi, member for Embakasi Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I like to request a statement pursuant to the standing order number 42/2/C on Mombasa-Nairobi Standard Gauge Railways project. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to this order, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing regarding viability of Mombasa-Nairobi Standard Gauge Railway project. Honorable Speaker, the Mombasa-Nairobi Standard Gauge Railway is a standard gauge railway SGR which connects Mombasa with Nairobi and lands parallel to the Kenya-Uganda railway line. The first phase of the standard gauge railway was constructed at a cost of approximately Kenya shilling 360 billion. This project being the Kenya's most expensive infrastructure project since independence. However, the project is yet to achieve its intended benefit, and the country is struggling to repay loan incurred in the construction of the said project. Honorable Speaker, 2 years after the completion of the first phase, the government has initiated a phase 2 from Nairobi to the Great Rift Valley, which is estimated to cost the country about 150 billion. Honorable Speaker, it is on this account of this background that I seek statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing on the following. 1. When will the government make public and submit to the National Assembly copies of the agreement entered between the government of the Republic of Kenya or its agent and other foreign entities in respect of the financing, construction, and maintenance of the SGR? Number 2, what is the amount of revenue generated by the Mombasa-Nairobi SGR project since inception, vis-a-vis the overheads incurred and amount spent on the to service the loan? Number 3, could the chairperson provide a detailed statement on the SGR project loan contract agreement, actual cost incurred in construction of SGR, stating the duration for the repayment of the loan? Number 4, what measures has the government put in place to ensure Kenyans get value for money in the project? And finally, number 5, does the government have any plan to renegotiate repayment of the said loan? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair, Transport, Public Works and Housing, how long do you need to make a response?
Honorable Speaker, I thank you. This is looks like a long statement, and therefore, Honorable Speaker, I would like to say it will take 3 weeks.
2 weeks or 3 weeks?
3 weeks.
Member for Embakasi Central. The chairman says he can only bring you a response after 3 weeks.
Mr. Speaker, I consider 3 weeks to be a very long time, considering that all the documents are available at the ministry. It's only that the ministry doesn't want to submit them. So maybe the chairman of the Department on Transport, maybe if he can explain the reason as to why he needs a lot of time.
Yes, Honorable Proceeding.
Number one, Honorable Speaker, some of the questions he's asking are public information, Honorable Speaker. If that's the case, then but I don't want to answer because it's already sought a statement. So let me give him an opportunity when I bring the statement for him to seek further clarification. He might be shocked. Some of the answers will be already in public domain. However, Honorable Speaker, I want to maintain 3 weeks, Honorable Speaker. And there's a reason. We are of course busy, Honorable Speaker, as committees with a lot of questions. And you know, my committee was actually number 2 in terms of business of the House, Honorable Speaker. So our honorable member should indulge with me, and we will give him the best response that he will be satisfied, Honorable Speaker, which is the truth.
Very well. The 3 weeks, so be it. The chairman, Departmental Committee on Education, you're giving a response. Honorable Mele.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to give an update on the statement sought by Honorable Mohammed Kolosh, MP Wajir East, on the withdrawal of teachers by the Teacher Service Commission from the Northeastern region. Honorable Speaker, I sought to give this update because looking at the enormity of the matter and the seriousness that the children in Northeastern are not going through the teaching, but I just want to say this, Honorable Speaker. I wish to appraise the House on the status of the statement sought by Honorable Kolosh, MP Wajir West, on the withdrawal of teachers by Teacher Service Commission from the Northeastern region. On Tuesday, 18, Honorable Speaker, you gave a directive. On Tuesday, 18 February 2020, Honorable Kolosh, MP Wajir West, pursuant to Standing Order 44C, sought a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education and Research regarding the withdrawal of teachers from Northeastern by the Teacher Service Commission due to security concerns in the region. In the question for the statement, Honorable Kolosh sought 4 issues. He sought to know 4 issues. 1, what measures the Ministry of Education has put in place to address the teachers' crisis in the region, names of teachers transferred from the Northeastern region, and the criteria used to arrive at the transfers. 3, the reason for the withdrawal and transfer of the non-local teachers, and whether the Office of the Inspector General of the National Police Service had issued instructions to the TSC Board for withdrawal of teachers from the region. And 4, TSC Board's deliberation with regard to this matter be provided, including minutes and other records be provided. Honorable Speaker, in your considered opinion, this matter was urgent and of great national importance. You therefore direct that the Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Education, the CEO Teacher Service Commission, and the Inspector General of Police Service be invited to appear in person before the Departmental Committee on Education and Research to shed light on the issues raised in the statement that fell under their respective mandates. In compliance with this directive, the committee sent invitation to the Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Education, the CEO Teacher Service Commission, and the Inspector General of Police to appear in person before it on Tuesday, 25th February 2020, to shed light on the matters raised. On 25th February 2020, save for the CEO Teacher Service Commission, who personally presented herself, the Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Education, and the Inspector General of Police sent representatives. Contrary to your directive, given the gravity of the matter, the committee deemed it fit to reschedule the meeting to the following day to allow the Cabinet Secretary and the Inspector General of Police to attend. In the morning, in a meeting held on Wednesday, 26th, Honorable Speaker, 2020, the committee received submissions in response to the issues raised by Honorable Kolosh. After lengthy deliberations, where members of the committee and members from Northeastern region fielded supplementary questions to the Cabinet Secretary, the CEO, and the Inspector General of Police. The committee drew a number of resolutions that would assist in the improving the state of teaching and learning in the region, improving security of the non-local teachers in the region, with the view to ensuring teaching is restored and schools pursue their programs uninterrupted. Honorable Speaker, the committee resolved to hold further deliberations and consultation to determine the best way to resolve the issue of insecurity and attacks, and met out on non-local teachers in the region, and to ensure that the teaching learning process resumes in the region and continues uninterrupted within that particular area. So, Honorable Speaker, the committee will therefore be retreating to write a comprehensive report to how to address the teacher crisis in the region and table a comprehensive report before the House. I thank you.
Very well. The report be tabled as soon as possible. On that segment, the Leader of Majority.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 42-2A, I rise to give the following statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on Tuesday this week at the rise of the House. On Tuesday next week, Mr. Speaker, we will consider in the Committee of the Whole House the representation of Special Interest Groups Laws Amendment Bill 2019. We will also continue with the second reading of the following bills, should we not conclude them today. The preservation of human dignity and enforcement of economic and social rights. It's a Senate Bill number 27. The care and protection of all the members of society. This is also a Senate Bill number 17 of 2018. The Parliamentary Pension Amendment Bill, which is the National Assembly Bill number 57. The Impeachment Procedure, Senate Bill number 15, and the County Outdoor Advertising and Control Bill. Mr. Speaker, the House Business Committee has also prioritized the following bills for consideration in the Committee of the Whole House within the course of next week. The Livestock and Livestock Products Marketing Bill, sponsored by Honorable Bashir Abdullahi, MP. The Employment Amendment Bill 2019, sponsored by Honorable Mother Wangari, MP. The Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development Amendment Bill 2019, sponsored by the Honorable Joyce Emaniko. The Equalization Fund Bill 2019, sponsored by the Honorable Kasait Kamket, MP. And the Business Laws Amendment Bill 2019, which is a majority party bill. Through you, Honorable Speaker, I urge members with any amendments to the said bills to forward it to the office of the clerk as soon as possible. Mr. Speaker, the House Business Committee has also given priority to the following reports for debate, and these are committee reports. The report on the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs, on the annual reports of the State of the Judiciary, and the reports of the Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations on the agreement between Kenya and Italy on the Malindi Space Center. Honorable Speaker, in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 42, Section 5 and 6, I wish to convey the following Cabinet Secretaries as scheduled to appear before the departmental committees next week. The Cabinet Secretary for Education will appear before the Education Committee on Tuesday, 10th March 2020, to answer questions to number 0420 from the Honorable Wilson Sossion, MP, relating to the status of investigation into the cause of the recent student death at the Precious Talents Academy and Kakamega Primary School. The other Cabinet Secretary available is that of Industry, Trade and Cooperative, who will appear before the Committee on Trade and Industry on Tuesday, 10th, 20th, 2020, to answer question number 020 from the Honorable Hilary Kosgei, relating to the process followed in the recruitment and appointment of the current Managing Director of the Kenya Bureau of Statistics. Honorable Speaker, the chairpersons of the various committees are reminded to table reports of the pending bills before next week, as resolved during the Liaison Committee meeting of Wednesday, 4th March 2020, chaired by the Deputy Speaker and the chair of that committee. This is because committees are expected to table reports on bills committed to them within 21 calendar days, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 127, Section 4, so as to inform the debate in the House. It's my hope that going forward, committees and committee clerks will comply with this timeline. Finally, Mr. Speaker, this afternoon I did lay a paper from the National Government CDF Board containing lists of nominees to 80 national government constituencies, development fund committees that have been referred to the Committee on the National Government Constituency Development Fund for consideration. I wish to draw the attention of the members that from the previous experience, the committee has noted that this list of nominees sometimes or usually contains errors. The said errors include indication of the wrong gender category, the category that a particular nominee represents, as well as the failure to indicate the official names of the nominees, among others. So once it's gazetted, you see you'll find errors. So we really want the chair of the committee sitting behind me to make sure that, that the names, the assembly has to issue a corrigenda in order to correct the same errors. Given these concerns, I wish to urge all members whose constituency nominees to the National Government CDF Committee have just been tabled to walk to the table office. It takes you 10 minutes. Pick the detailed document in order to verify the details indicated. So members whose constituencies I've tabled this afternoon, the 80 constituencies, please, before we come for debate next week, just walk to table office. You can even pick it from the clerk's table here. Check the names, check the spelling, check the gender, so that we're not forced to issue a corrigenda. They should then inform the committee in writing if there is an error. Speaker, the House Business Committee will convene on March 10th, 2020 at the rights of the House to consider business. Speaker, I really also want to ask members who are sitting here that please let's remain for some time, because we have to finish the budget policy statement debate and the question to be put. Today is the last day. Let me help the whips, because I'm not seeing the minority whips. You know, whips and leadership here enjoy certain privilege for the work they do. So they must be in the House. And the privilege include more security, vehicles. So you must office. So please let us stay, and then we finish the budget policy statement, because today is the last day after the extension of last week. So on behalf of the other leadership here, let's stay for another 1 hour before we check out. The few of us who will deal with the presidential memoranda, I can so far see we are less than 100. So the 233 that the Speaker said we must raise today looks very futile. So Honorable Chair for Legal, don't stress yourself. The committee of the whole House will take less than 10 minutes. I beg to table, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. I think, honourable members, I would encourage every one of you to look at the list which has been tabled. As the leader said, that the names were many. Perhaps that would have helped you to know whether you are there. These are only 80 out of 290. For instance, we know that they are very well put, because they are actually listed alphabetically. So that, for instance, all those constituencies that start with A, there are only 3 which have complied: Ainamoi, Aldai, Awendo. If you go to the constituencies that start with E, I'm going to eat deliberately so as to make the member for Emuhaya know that his constituency is not there. It's only Embakasi West. The constituencies that start with S, Suba North. Suba North. So the matter ends there. So So, I mean, if you look at this list, so, and I think it's the point made by the leader majority is to avoid a situation whereby also the wrong particulars of your nominees are given. I think it's going to go and check these names before they are finally gazetted, to avoid having to come later to say that we want to issue some corrigenda. Before we go to, I make the next announcement, allow me to recognize students and pupils from the following institution: EAPC, Church, Maua, Igembe South Constituency, Meru County; Thangira Umoja Primary School, Maragua Constituency, Muranga County; AIC Canaan Primary School, Kajiado Central Constituency, Kajiado County; St. Bernard Primary School, Kajiado East Constituency, Kajiado County; Mennonite Academy, Embakasi South Constituency, Nairobi County. And they're welcome to observe proceedings. Honourable members, for the convenience of the House, honourable members, for the convenience of the House, I wish to reorganize the order paper so that the House does not go into committee of the whole House, and that comes after the House transacts the business listed as order number 9, which is a business dealing with the budget policy statement, and the resolutions. Remember the resolutions contained in the report go to inform the preparation of the estimates. And today is the deadline. So, honourable members, it's just to draw your attention, and that you must be as many as possible. Of course, I gave the announcement yesterday relating to the business appearing as order number 8, Committee of the Whole House, that you require to have not less than 233 of yourselves. So maybe we need to reorganize so that you can prepare yourselves thoroughly. So let me reorganize the order paper. If indeed is a feeling of the members of particular, I can see the two members, quite a number of members of the House Business Committee, the leader of majority whip, leader of minority, and I've seen, did I see the Honorable Osotsi there? Yes. I think then the business appearing, the Honorable Kimunya, yes, Honorable Makali. Maybe this business could come after order number 11. Yeah? So that then, even if it's not reached, you can deal with it on Tuesday. So that over the weekend, then you can now mobilize yourselves to be here in your droves on Tuesday afternoon. Yes. So I reorganized the order paper so that the business appearing as order number 8 will be transacted after the business appearing as order number 11. And therefore, the changes effected are that what is business number 9 becomes number 8, what is number 10 becomes number 9, what is number 11 becomes number 10, and what is number 8 becomes number 11. So business will be conducted that way. The leader of the minority party appreciates the provisions of Article 115 with regard to the memorandum, and that no wonder he is saying what he is saying. But well, we are giving the entire House the opportunity of the weekend, if possible, or maybe at 6:30 or 7 p.m. today, to come and deal with that business if we reach it. So, but also to announce to the House that it is important that we try to to conclude the business, this business on the report of the budget, on the budget policy statement later today. Thank you, honourable members. Next order.
Order number 8, motion, the report on the budget policy statement 2020.
And the Honourable Sakwa Bunyasi completed his time. You had finished the time, eh? You are sure that the last person who spoke on this? Huh? Yes, Honourable Pukose.
Yeah, thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'm standing under Standing Order 95. Honourable Speaker, this issue of budget policy statement, as the House is aware, today is the last day. And considering that members, even the numbers and the issues that have been canvassed, and many people contributed, and the issues that we've agreed, even the amendments that were brought, were defeated. So I think, Honourable Speaker, may I ask that the mover be called to reply?
Well, very well, honourable members. The member for Endebe is the Honourable Dr. Pukose. And the member who is loitering from corner to corner, what is your name? You are not a very frequent face. So you just walked in today, maybe after two weeks. It's not done like that. Please. Honour members, the Honourable Pukose has reason his place and claimed that because several members have contributed to this motion, that the mover be called upon to reply. And therefore, since it is you who makes the decision, I therefore put the question. And the only thing I will have is the years. Yeah? So I don't want to, don't remember the statement by Speaker James Lentho in 1642, January. So, honourable members, I therefore put the question that the mover be called upon to reply. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say no? No. The ayes have it. Mover.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And as a reply, Honourable Speaker, allow me to take this opportunity to thank the many members who contributed to the motion, Honourable Speaker, and even those who led in the chorus of rejecting my amendment, Honourable Speaker. I appreciate that the House, Honourable Speaker, has a role to play in this debate, and the contributions that the Honourable members made to the debate are quite are invaluable to the budget-making process, Honourable Speaker. BPS is the beginning process of the budget process for the year 2019-2020, and we have noted many of the issues that were raised up to 7 p.m. yesterday on policy issues and even on issues that we may need to address both ourselves as a committee, the departmental committees, and even the National Treasury and the Executive, Honourable Speaker, as we move towards the estimates. Honourable Speaker, allow me to appeal to the chairs of committees, departmental committees, Honourable Speaker, that even as we move towards the budget estimates in April, Honourable Speaker, we do intend to hold a 2-day or 1-day symposium or conference with chairs and their vice chairs and members of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, the National Treasury, and our Parliamentary Budget Office to further deliberate on many of the issues that were raised here and others that many members would have wanted to raise and were not able to address them. Honourable Speaker, on the question of public participation, and fortunately the budget remains as had been proposed before, Honourable Speaker. Let me also clarify that, as I had mentioned, Honourable Speaker, the public participation initiative by the Budget and Appropriations Committee is not a kitty for members of the Budget and Appropriations Committee. As I indicated in 2017, Honourable Speaker, we have a framework, a 4-year framework, to ensure that we conduct public participation initiatives in all the 47 counties. So far, we have done 24 counties, and this year with the budget that is available, we should be able to cover another 12 or 13 counties, at least 12 counties, Honorable Speaker, if the budget at the estimate stage remains as such. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, because I can see, because of obvious reasons, Honorable Speaker, let me beg to reply. I beg to reply and end it there. Thank you.
Order, members, order. Member for Baringo, we are still in the business. I know it's Thursday, and of course Baringo is not very near, so perhaps you may want to catch the next flight. But no flight to Baringo. Honourable members, I have confirmed that there is quorum. This is budget policy statement, and I have confirmed with the staff that there is sufficient quorum for me to put the question. And I therefore put the question that this House adopts a report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the Budget Policy Statement 2020 and the Medium Debt Management Strategy for the financial year 2020-2021, laid to the tip of the House on Wednesday, March 4, 2020, and A, approves the Budget Policy Statement 2020 and the Medium Debt Management Strategy for the financial year 2020-2021. B, so the first is A. B, resolves that the Budget Policy Statement, so approved, forms the basis for the introduction of the Division of Revenue Bill 2020, and C, further makes the policy resolutions contained in the first schedule to the order paper. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 9, the Business Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 80 of 2019, second reading.
Who's the mover? Leader of the majority.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Business Laws Amendment Bill 2019 be read a second time. Mr. Speaker, the object of this bill is to amend various statutes for the purpose of facilitating the ease of doing business in Kenya. That is the whole purpose. And Mr. Speaker, to appraise the House, over the past 5 years, and we want to thank the government under President Uhuru Kenyatta, Kenya has undertaken reforms that are procedural, are legal, and regulatory, and have the quality of service, and are very cost-effective and time-based, which have generated positive results in terms of ease of doing business in our country. And what are the dividends? Currently, Mr. Speaker, and these are very good information, Kenya is ranked 56 globally in ease of doing business. And this is ranking from 136 in 2014. And out of the 190 countries that went through this study. So out of the 190 countries that went through this exercise, since 2014, today we are happy to report that we are number 56, and we are number 3 in sub-Saharan Africa. So that's a very great improvement over the years. What the government did through the Ministry of Trade, Ministry of Industrialization, the Cabinet Office, and the direct involvement of His Excellency the President. So this particular piece of legislation is important to our bilateral donors, is important to the multilateral donors we have, it's important to the IMF and the World Bank, it's important to investors who want to come and do business in Kenya, is important to Kenyans, local investors. So, Mr. Speaker, if you look at clause 2 of the bill, proposes to amend, and there are 5 or 6 committees who their members are in the House who will confirm, because they went through the public participation of the importance of this piece of legislation. For example, clause 2 of the bill proposes to amend section 3, subclause 6 of the Laws of Contract Act, Cap 22, by inserting the words physical and electronic in the definition of the word sign. What does this do, Mr. Speaker, in terms of ease of doing business? This ensures that for both the physical and electronic formats to be recognized as a signature to show that a person who intends to binds himself to the content of an instrument in terms of contract. So we are putting both the physical and the electronic in the definition of the word signature. 2, Mr. Speaker, again, this amendment is in conformity with Section 83P of the Kenya Information and Communication Act 1998, which recognizes an electronic signature where any law provides the information on any other matter that shall be authenticated. So it's already we have that law, but to make sure that we create a synergy between different pieces of legislation so they don't contradict each other. Mr. Speaker, this chairman of budget has just walked into the House. And yesterday you made it very clear that if people want to consult whether it is reggae or anti-reggae, they have places they can talk about. So here he's really disturbing me. You should go to and use the facility, Mr. Speaker. Because members, we want members to understand this. And then and those who are, the laws didn't pass through their committee. You can't just come now and you want to disrupt the whole session of the House. Clause 4, 5, and 6 of the bill, Mr. Speaker, seeks to amend or provide for amendment of section 2, 3, 4 of the Registration of Documents Act, Cap 285. And this just includes the definition of, again, electronic documents, various forms of electronic signatures, to authorize the registrar of companies to establish and maintain the principal and coastal registers in physical and electronic form. So if you're an investor out of the country, this will give you an opportunity to sign a contract. You don't need to fly all the way to Kenya. You can use the electronic form of signature to, once you agree with, with the person in Kenya, then that contract can be signed. So the whole of that section is trying to amend section 2, 3, and 4 of the Registration of Documents. Clause 7 to 10 of the bill, Mr. Speaker, proposes to amend section 2, 5, 30, and 32 of the Surveyors Act, Cap 299, just again to include the definition of various forms of electronic signatures to provide for the sealing and security features of electronic documents that have been processed under the Act. This again is to allow the lodging of documents under the Act in either physical or electronic form, and to incorporate the electronic affixtures of the seal of the Survey of Kenya. So just to make sure that we don't carry documents all along, we want to create both systems. It went through the Committee of Lands, and I'm sure either the chair or a member of that committee is going to speak to that. Because I don't want to go throughout the bill because the various chairs and committee members are here. I just want to pick again on clause 18 to 23 of the bill, provides for the amendment of the Land Registration Act to include the definition of the various forms of electronic signatures to remove the requirement for land rate certificates to be obtained before an instrument transferring is done. The Speaker, clause 28 to 33 of the bill proposes to amend section 35 37, 42 and 43, and 495 of the Companies Act, just to eliminate the use of a company seal as a means of authenticating of company documentation. This means that a document is valid, executed by a company, if it is signed on behalf of the company by two authorized persons. So, Mr. Speaker, the whole of this set of amendments to various statutes is just to make sure that the ease of doing business in our country goes further. Now we were at 136 out of 190 in 2014. Now we are at 56 out of 190, and number 3 in sub-Saharan Africa. So these laws, once they're amended, and there's a questionnaires being sent, even as we speak now, the World Bank is now sending questionnaires to business people. Once these laws are passed, I am sure we want to be among the top 10 countries in the world that, in terms of ease of doing business, and maybe number 1 in Africa, and number 1 in sub-Saharan Africa. The Speaker, clause 39 of the bill proposes to amend the first schedule of the excise duty to encourage local manufacturers of glass bottles. This is to make sure that we support local industries. We cannot talk of, in the Big Four agenda, to increase 15% of our manufacturing sector when we allow, every Tom and Dick and Harry to import goods. So for us to support, then we must impose more import duty and protect local industries. And I hope Kenya Revenue Authority and the National Treasury will implement these laws. So, Speaker, I think the Chairman of Finance, who received all the reports from the various committees and consolidated and tabled, and with a number of amendments suggested, will be the person to second. So this is a nutshell. This bill mainly is dealing with how to facilitate the ease of doing business in Kenya. And under this government, we have moved from 136 to 36, and we are moving with this legislation to make sure that we reach the top 10 in the world and the best in Africa. I beg to move and ask Honorable Limo, the Chair of Finance, who did the consolidation of these laws, to second.
Honorable Limo.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity to, which you have given me to second this important bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, indeed, as Majority Leader has said, Kenya has made a very, very serious move to come to the top in terms of ease of doing business, because that is the essence of attracting investors in any country. That when investors come to the country, it is easy to acquire all the requirements as soon as they come to the country and set up their business. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we had the opportunity late last year to attend a serious workshop which Kenya was really praised, because in terms of ease of doing business, it has really made serious steps, and it has become one of the best in Africa. In fact, according to the Cabinet Secretary, who is spearheading ease of doing business, they are seeing the country will come very soon to be one of the best in the whole world, Mr. Speaker, which is a good thing. Mr. Speaker, this business Laws Amendment Bill 2019 was published on the 18th November 2019, and I was read the first time on Wednesday, 4th December 2019. And the bill has a total of 41 clauses, and some of the clauses were allocated to my committee, which is Finance and National Planning, and many others were allocated to other committees. Mr. Speaker, the law of contract, the laws which have been which are been covered under this amendment bill, Mr. Speaker, are as follows. That is the law of contract, Act, Cap 23, Industrial Training Act, Cap 237, Registration of Documents Act, Cap 285. And as I present this, Mr. Speaker, I think I'll go in a way that it will indicate which committee were considering those particular laws, Mr. Speaker. And I'll go in this way, Mr. Speaker, that the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee were tasked to cover the following. One, the law of contract, Cap 23. Two, the Companies Act number 17, 2015. Three, the Insolvency Act number 18 of 2015. The Labor and Social Welfare Committee were tasked to do the following, Mr. Speaker. The one, the Industrial Training Act, Cap 237. Two, the Occupational Safety and Health Act number 15 of 2007. Three, Mr. Speaker, the Lands Committee. The Lands Committee were tasked to do the following. The Registration of Documents Act, Cap 285, the Survey Act, Cap 299, the Stamp Duty Act, Cap 480, and the Land Registration Act number 3 of 2013. The Finance and National Planning Committee, which I chair, Mr. Speaker, were tasked to do the following. One, the Income Tax Act, Cap 470, the Public Finance Management Act number 18 of 2012, the Value Added Tax Act number 35 of 2013, the Excise Duty Act number 23 of 2015, and the Miscellaneous Fees and Levies Act number 29 of 2016. Mr. Speaker, the Communication and Information and Innovation Committee were tasked to do the Kenya Information and Communication Act number 2 of 1998, whereas the Transport and Public Works and Housing Committee were covering the National Construction Authority Act number 41 of 2011. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the Trade and Industry and Cooperatives Committee did cover the Business Registration Act number 5 of 2015. Mr. Speaker, all these committees had the opportunity of, other than discussing their committees, they also did public participation, which is a requirement of the Constitution that we involve the public, and therefore this particular bill was published in the newspaper, and the committees were tasked to collect the memoranda from the public. The following, Mr. Speaker, following the call for memorandum from the public, Mr. Speaker, which was actually placed on the print media on Monday, 13 January 2020, a total of 16 memoranda were received from the following stakeholders, Mr. Speaker. One, the National Treasury, the East African Grain Council, Kipkenda and Company Advocates, the Communication Authority of Kenya, the Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Kenya, ISPAC, KPMG Advisory Services Limited, Mili Glassworks Limited, the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, the Central Organization of Trade Unions and other trade unions, the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection, the Ministry of Transport, Public Works and Housing, the National Construction Appeals Board, the Ministry of Lands and Physical Planning, the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Cooperatives, the Office of the Attorney General, the Nairobi Securities Exchange, PLC. On receipt of the memoranda from the stakeholders, Mr. Speaker, 7 departmental committees invited stakeholders for the further consultations on the bill. And several stakeholders appeared. And when it came to Finance Committee, Mr. Speaker, we did an engagement with the National Treasury pursuant to Article 114 of the Constitution, which was touching on issues touching on the money bill. Mr. Speaker, we also did a stakeholder consultation with the Kipkenda and company advocates, together also with an association of the Association of Grain, East African Grain Council, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is important to point out that also the various committees did their own public participation in terms of receiving memoranda as well as meeting the various stakeholders, Mr. Speaker. And this Committee on Finance and National Planning were actually tasked with the work of consolidating from the various stakeholders. Mr. Speaker, the various committees went through, and after that they gave us their reports, which covered various observations, including suggested amendments, a few amendments which will be covered during the third reading, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these particular business laws, Mr. Speaker, as Majority Leader said, all of them were actually almost like covering almost the same thing, but touching on different areas. All of them are aimed at supporting the objective of the government of making this country a good destination for investors, because it is covering various aspects of making the environment very attractive for investors to invest in manufacturing, as well as supporting the infrastructure which has been built in this country to enable the goods and services move from one area of the country to another. Because as soon as the investors come to our country, the first thing they are interested in knowing is whether there is a very clear infrastructure support to support their services and to ease movement of goods from one area of the country to the other. Mr. Speaker, to support that, there are certain incentives and tax laws which are being amended to ensure that they are in tandem with what the country has always promised the investors. Mr. Speaker, the necessary amendments which are being proposed will be necessary so that the economic viability can be realized. And they are intended to promote the purpose built into the various infrastructure support in the country. Mr. Speaker, given that the Finance Committee was tasked to consolidate the reports, I wish to thank the various chairs of the committees who are tackling this particular bill, because they really supported us and they ensured that they delivered the reports as required. I will not go close by close because the Majority Leader tried his best to touch various clauses, Mr. Speaker, but I want to save on time so that I can give the various members to contribute to this bill, Mr. Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to thank the committees, the various committees which presented their reports to this, on this bill to our committee. And equally, I want to thank the Office of the Speaker, the Office of the Clerk, the staff who support our committee, together with the other committees also, Mr. Speaker, as well as the members of my committee, which is members of Finance and National Planning Committee, who ensured that this report was ready and presented to this House on time. Mr. Speaker, I therefore beg to second. Thank you.
Honourable members, I propose a question, which is that the Business Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 80 of 2019, be now read a second time. Robert Boy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to support this motion on the Business Laws Amendment. Mr. Speaker, business basically is the engine that drives an economy, and considering that we have constantly spoken about...
Sorry, Honorable Boy, just for 1 second I interrupt you. I'll compensate. Allow me, honorable members, to recognize the presence in the Speaker's Gallery of students from Alliance Boys High School, Kikuyu constituency, Kiambu County, and in the public gallery, those from Moi Girls High School, Kamusinga, Kimilili constituency, Bungoma County. They are welcome to observe the proceedings of the House. Proceed, Honorable Boy.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. As I was saying, business basically is the engine that drives an economy. And obviously, every time we talk about how we'd like this country to grow economically, we're basically talking about the ability to generate enough money and enough business within the community so that we can be able to say that the country's economy is growing. And Mr. Speaker, we've just been talking about the budget policy statement which we passed, and the committee and the budget policy statement states that clearly they're proposing that we encourage foreign direct investments, because that basically is one of the ways by which an economy can grow. We've also talked about expansion of exports by business people from this country. So basically, it is clear that it is important for us to be able to do business in this country. And these laws, Mr. Speaker, are basically about helping us to do business in an easier way, to make it easy for anyone to come to this country and carry out business. Mr. Speaker, I just want to talk about the one issue which is overriding observation that I have made on these laws, and that is basically the idea of replacing physical documents with electronic signature. The ability to be able to transact business across borders, the ability to be able to transact business without being physically present or being physically near. Mr. Speaker, even when you talk about the current situation in the world, we have this situation now that is becoming a real bother of the coronavirus. Obviously, we need to move away from doing things the old way. You know, having papers, carrying papers and files all over the place. If we can be able to communicate with each other, and because we are saying the world is becoming a global village, the world is becoming smaller, the world is becoming a place where you can be able to communicate and do great things without even being near each other. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that I think this is a good idea, and I think the proposals are excellent, and I'm certain that if we pass this, then we will be able to encourage more people to be able to transact with us. I only want to say that it is important that if we are going to be electronic, let's be careful also that, because you've seen, even in the current situation, recently we had a situation where we had people that were purporting to be able to sell, armaments to this country, or, you know, and they were carrying files all over the place, they had stamps, their signatures. Maybe we also have to be sure that as we move to these systems, that we are able to protect our people, we are able to protect the nation so that we do not have fraudsters taking advantage of that ability so that they can actually take us down. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I would like to support and hope that the whole House will hasten the process with support and move on and do business in an easier way in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I remember there was a mention of the various chairs who also in their own respective committees did public participation. Transport. I've been given the names of the people who are representing those other chairs who are not present.
Yeah, I thank you, Honorable.
So I want the House to just not to worry, even if you see certain people who are sitting next to each other being called.
Yeah, I thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this chance to add my voice to this bill, which is promoting our country as a destination of doing business, Honorable Speaker. Yes, Honorable Speaker, we were tasked with a responsibility as committees to carry public participation in various legislative proposals that came under our committee. And Honorable Speaker, in supporting it, I also want to thank Honorable Limo, the Chair, Finance, because we worked very well as chairs, various chairs with this committee. Honorable Speaker, our country wants to move a notch higher in terms of giving conditions to businesses so that they can actually choose our country. What is the benefit? The benefit is more people coming to do business, more money will come to our country, and therefore more jobs. This is actually a win-win situation for this country, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, just to give some very important issues that were raised that concerns us as transport or infrastructure, Honorable Speaker. Like, for example, the bill that is attempting to amend NCA Act was, Honorable Speaker, to provide for building code, Honorable Speaker, in this country. We don't have it yet, Honorable Speaker, and therefore, what does that mean? It means that when we are building, then even those contractors that are building, Honorable Speaker, may not even know exactly in terms of what code they are following. And therefore, then they are subjected, or their assessment and the monitoring, Honorable Speaker, becomes subjective. So we want to give this power, new power to NCA, so that they can be able to develop what we call a building code. Building code, Honorable Speaker, and then what means? It means that even you as a Kenyan, if you want to build your house, so that we avoid these issues of somebody coming later to mark your house as, you know, oh, it was not done properly. You have the code, Honorable Speaker, and therefore you can defend yourself as a Kenyan. This is a very good move. So that, Honorable Speaker, it's like a marking scheme. So it's good for the contractor, it's good for the owner, it's also good for NCA. So NCA becomes objective rather than subjective of saying this was not done properly. If you ask why, then they don't have a code, Honorable Speaker. It's a fundamental amendment to the NCA Act, and we are supporting, Honorable Speaker. Another example, Honorable Speaker, and I want to thank the executive on this as committee. There's something we have been arguing in transport, Honorable Speaker, and particularly on SGR. We have been having a problem in terms of, or government has been having a problem in terms of meeting what we call operational cost. The design, Honorable Speaker, and I made a presentation to Budget Committee because it was one of the policy statement or policy direction. And I'm glad that now, Honorable Speaker, it's being proposed as an amendment in this issue of making business because it's actually going to be easy. Honorable Speaker, there was a design, and our agreement was earlier as a government that once the SGR is built and completed, the revenues that come from SGR will come, Honorable Speaker, to populate what we call escrow account to pay for the loan. And therefore, it was not supposed to be used as source, Honorable Speaker. So what happened? Well, the loan came to the government that you then go to meet operational costs. Operational costs includes what, Honorable Speaker? It includes buying fuel, employment. For those people who operate locomotives, the drivers or the captains, that is operational, Honorable Speaker. That cost was then to be met by executive or government of Kenya. But, Honorable Speaker, from 2017 up to now, the government has actually not done its obligation, and therefore not even paid that. It has accrued about 35 billion. What we have been asking as a committee, Honorable Speaker, is that let us open what we call RDLF, Railway Development Levy. Then when we open this fuel railway development levy, Honorable Speaker, it will then enable the government to be able to pay for operation, so that the proceeds, and let it be understood clearly, Honorable Speaker, because people are saying, what about the proceeds? See, SGR is making money, so why don't it pay for operation? The proceeds from SGR, Honorable Speaker, will come and pay for the loan. And therefore, the payment of this loan becomes very sustainable, Honorable Speaker, because then we have the RDLF meeting the operational cost. I've seen, Honorable Speaker, and it's going to be an amendment in this bill. And that is very encouraging, Honorable Speaker. And my committee would like also to appreciate that the government or executive part of government has bought our idea, Honorable Speaker. It's not going to be a load to the people of Kenya. And therefore, ease of making business in this country. So it's not only to traders, but also to the people of Kenya themselves. So then we reduce our taxes, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, further, I've also seen we have been having a problem in transport. Kenyans arguing and saying, oh, well, we are forcing people to use SGR. And you know, Honorable Speaker, what was on the floor of the House recently between ourselves as transport and other members of Parliament. Oh, you know, there was an order to force people. What is happening in this ease of making business, Honorable Speaker, is now moving from forcing people to use such an installation as SGR to voluntarism. You know, you use SGR voluntarily. If you want to transport your goods, it's not a must. You can go to SGR or you can go to wherever you want. But then, to enable SGR and then work properly, there are also proposals, Honorable Speaker, that there will be some incentives to the people who will promote the use of this facility, Honorable Speaker. This is what happens in the world. This is actually a world, this is what people do. So that what happened, Honorable Speaker? I come myself, I'm not being forced. So I'm sure this is even a big benefit to this country and the people. Honorable Speaker, however, we will come with some amendments because the requirement of somebody or a company to be able to enjoy that facility in terms of being given reliefs is a little bit too high, Honorable Speaker. Marking it at 10 billion will actually even create more monopoly, Honorable Speaker, particularly in this industry of crane bulk handling. It creates monopoly, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, we don't want to make laws that will only benefit a number of people, or specific people, or some cartels, Honorable Speaker. We want, if it is making ease of making business in this country, then it is for everybody. It's not only for a few individuals, Honorable Speaker. Because we are seeing as a committee, if it goes like that, then therefore it's going to benefit just a few individuals, not only Honorable Speaker. So you might see our amendments, or my amendments, Honorable Speaker, as Chair of Transport, to reduce that further so that the people of Kenya then can benefit. Because what is it? The more people use SGR, the more the money SGR will earn, the more benefit to the people of Kenya, Honorable Speaker. That is very critical in looking at that, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, as I conclude my contribution from Transport, Honorable Speaker, we want to say, and I want to encourage, because we had an opportunity to interact with these laws, I want to appeal to honorable members to agree that let's make our country a better country in terms of making business by approving this bill, Honorable Speaker, with amendments that will come at the third reading level, Honorable Speaker. Otherwise, this is a very important direction that I think, for us in transport, we are saying, let us not force people, but let's give incentives so that you motivate people to go certain directions naturally. And there's not going to be forced, Honorable Speaker, because this is a democratic country. Those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to support.
I've been given to understand that the member for Emuhaya is the one to give the position by Labor Committee. Very well.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On the onset, I wish to support this bill and also report on behalf of the Chair Labour Committee and the committee members that indeed we had a section to deal with, and that was the section that concerned NITA. And in that particular section, then we did call the stakeholders. On 13th January 2020, we did write to the stakeholders, and we got the following stakeholders replying and coming to us. Some of them gave us documents, and others came in person. COTU did write to us, so they had a written memorandum together with Kipkenda advocates, and then the Ministry of Labour and Social Welfare, among others. And Honorable Speaker, in all this, they also appreciated the importance of making the business atmosphere in Kenya be good so that it can attract more players in business, both the local business people and the foreign investors who are here, and even the SMEs. As for the concern of the committee in particular on NITA, there's a levy that is usually put on every business person who has employed workers in Kenya to pay a levy of 50 shillings for every employee. And that levy of 50 shillings is paid every month. So what the law seeked to amend was to make it easier for the business people so that they can pay that 50 shillings once, that is annually. And therefore, if it is 50 shillings per month for every employee, then it means in a year, every employee pays 600. So the bill seeks to amend so that that payment is done once in a year, and that will be very easy for the business people. And both COTU was agreeable to this, and even the ministry was agreeable to this. The only kind of reservation they had, both of them, was that because we'd want NITA depends on this money for the day-to-day working of that particular institution, then let the money be paid in advance. And Honorable Speaker, later on when this matter goes to the third reading, we shall be bringing that amendment. And therefore, in general, all the players concerned were in agreement that was a very good amendment in order to promote business in Kenya. The other area which we dealt with was the area that dealt with the matter of safety and occupation for the workers in their workplace. And this law wanted to give, the amendment gives a buy for those who are starting business not to pay in that particular category. And both the players in the sector were also in agreement that if there's a new business coming into play and it has less than 100 employees, then it can be given a buy of 1 year before they start paying for their workers. And again, there was a reservation which we have taken, and we may bring it in the third reading, where there are certain businesses that are high risk. Those are the only ones which shall have an exception, and that will depend also on the advice of the minister, because the minister-in-law has been given powers to categorize which businesses are high risk, and therefore that's how we shall move with it. So I don't think we had so much in this particular bill, and we want to support it as both the committee and the players in the sector. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I want to again support. Thank you.
Chair of ICT.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I want to arise and support these business laws. As a committee, we were given the Kicker Act of 2 of 1998 to look at Clause 83B. Honorable Speaker, when we met the Ministry and Communication Authority, they were all in agreement that we need to amend the Act because to take into account the electronic signatures. Honorable Speaker, in the recent years, there has been a general widespread use of electronic means of communication, including electronic transactions, for global trade. Honorable Speaker, in this regard, electronic records are expected to play an increasingly significant role in commercial practice. I know in the past, Honorable Speaker, electronic signatures are not accepted even up to now in some quarters, but as soon as we pass this law, Honorable Speaker, electronic signatures and electronic documents are going to be legal, and this will help to fast-track business, and Honorable Speaker. As earlier indicated, Honorable Speaker, Kenya currently is number 136 in the ease of doing business. We were number 136, and we have come to 56. As soon as we pass this law and it is signed into a law, Honorable Speaker, there is a chance that Kenya is likely to be number 1 in Africa and maybe between top 5 or top 10 in the world, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, documents of title, like shipping documents, bills of lading, are subject to application and operations of electronic transactions. It's even going currently, when you get documents, say from Singapore, from Japan, they are sent electronically. The only one that comes by record is logbook, Honorable Speaker. So, but as soon as basically this is done, they should be able to send logbooks electronically so that you receive the same day, Honorable Speaker. Some of the benefits of adoption of these documents in electronic form, Honorable Speaker, are many. One of them is speed of transaction, leading to cost reduction and avoidance of liability arising from paying demurrage if there are delays in submission of documents, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as a committee of ICT, we strongly support this because we are the champions of technology in the country. Honorable Speaker, this will also enhance competitiveness to a higher efficiency. Honorable Speaker, there will be enhanced confidentiality and creation of more secure trading environment due to prevention of fraud and human error. One of the members said we need to be very sure so that there is no fraud. Well, I want to tell members it is very easy to forge physical documents, but if you submit electronic documents, it's not easy, it's difficult. I know it's not, there might be some hackers who can interfere, but it is easy to forge a physical document than an electronic document. Honorable Speaker, this will also create convenience, trust, and confidence. It will also promote promotion of document and data reusability, because basically you don't need any physical paper. We live and save our forests. Honorable Speaker, Documents of title are key instruments in e-transactions and e-commerce, and accommodating them will facilitate safe and secure use of transactions and promote trust in e-transactions. Honorable Speaker, I want to urge members that we support these bills. Let us support, because this will put Kenya on the map in terms of ease of doing business. In the recent past, there are some investors who started running away from our country because there are over 200 processes that you need to go through before you are given a permit to invest in the country. But with these amendments of more than 20 laws, basically it means Kenya is going to be attractive, we'll get more investors, even with this disease that's going around, the coronavirus. Basically, those businessmen from the country who have bought things from China and other countries, they don't have to go there. You just do your business online, documents are sent, you sign your contracts, then eventually your goods are shipped. So, Honorable Speaker, I wish to support and thank my members of Communication, Information and Innovation Committee who sat with the Ministry and Communication Authority, and we agreed that basically we are passing the amendment as is. We are not coming with any proposed amendments. So, Honorable Speaker, I support.
Member for Kilifi, I'm informed you are the one standing in for the Lands Committee, the component touching on lands.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
But of course, you are at liberty to also, you're not limited to that only.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. I stand to support this on behalf of my committee and myself, and to support the Amendment Bill, Business Law Amendment Bill 2019. And to begin with, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that as a committee, we looked at the amendments. We actually did public participation. For the same, we received a memorandum from Kip Kenda and company advocates. We also had a meeting with the State Department for Lands and also the National Lands Commission to look at the clauses which affect land in ease of business. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to report that in the new amendment, we have clauses 4 up to 23 that affect business, especially in lands transaction. When you go through all this, you realize that one of the things that we're trying to amend is to introduce electronic signature as one of the ways to transact business, and also to have electronic documents that can be used to part of the transactions that we have at the lands. Now, in doing this, Mr. Speaker, we realize that we're going to have ease of doing business. If you go to the Department of Lands, the State Department of Lands today, you'll realize that there are many queues and many people who hoover around there, and a lot of brokers who hoover around there, and actually hinder progress of business there, that it takes you over 1 year to process a title. If you want to sell and you want to sell land from one person to the other, it takes a long time. Why? Because of, one, availability of the people, the registrars and all that. But when we introduce this aspect of filing documents and doing the whole process of transaction on lands through the electronic media, and also to use electronic signatures and such like items, it becomes very easy. Mr. Speaker, so if you look at the amendments, they affect different laws. The Land Registration Act 2022 will be affected. You also look at issues of Stamp Duty Act will also be affected. The Survey Act will also be affected. So we have several of the Lands Acts. The acts that relate to matters of land will be affected in this. But suffices to say here, Mr. Speaker, that one of the things that we would like to see as a Departmental Committee of Lands is the enablement of the NIMIS for lands, the National Lands Integrated Management System, which today has not taken off because of the problems that all matters of ICT in this country must go through the State Department of ICT. That all the money that we have voted in this parliament to enable the Department of Lands, Ministry of Lands and Physical Planning, to ensure that they have put this system in place, first goes for implementation to the department, the State Department for ICT. ICT has not, in the last 2 years where we have voted money, has not actually enabled this system. Why? Probably because of the bureaucracies that are involved. But we have made suggestions in the BPS that this money now be implemented, this project be implemented by the State Department or Ministry of Lands itself. Why? Because it is delaying. Today we are actually saying that this must be done. But when we go into the physical process of doing the thing, you realize that it cannot be done. Why? Because the system is not there. National Lands Commission itself is saying that had they been given the money, they would have finished this process. But I think there's a general agreement in government that all ICT matters be handled by ICT. But then even buying a computer, buying a laptop, buying a pad for a person in the ministry, they have to go to ICT for them to be able to be enabled. So we are saying, as we say that we support this, that we need to hasten the processes so that we have a system that that these laws that we are amending and putting in place today can actually be actualized. Otherwise, we will actually pass these laws, but if the system is not there, it becomes very, very difficult to implement. But I also want to say that as you look at the BPS, Mr. Speaker, land is a factor of production. Actually, a lot of the big four agenda, at least 3 of the big 4 agenda, actually is hinged on what happens in land. Housing requires land. Food production requires land. Manufacturing requires land. The more we ease doing business within the land sector, the better we are to be able to actualize the big 4 agenda. So this is very important, ease of doing business. If we can make it very easy for people who want to invest from outside the country, for us to be able to attract foreign direct investment and to be able to create the jobs and ensure that we are moving to a manufacturing country, then we need to make it very easy for anybody who wants to transact land in this country and the conveyance and all that be made very easy so that we are actually able to achieve what the president and what this country wants to go forward. So, Mr. Speaker, we would like to support this. And as a committee, we don't think we made any amendment to the amendments that were brought to us. We agreed in total with the amendments that are suggested. And actually, the Ministry for Lands, the Cabinet Secretary herself agreed that this is very, very important for the country moving forward to make doing of business in this country easy. I support, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Whip.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support this bill. Honorable Speaker, ease of doing business means creation of employment and also means improvement of economy. And us as members of parliament, there is nothing that can stop us from supporting such a kind of bill. Honorable Speaker, I've been looking at the bills that were amended, and there is one particular specific area that I really wished that was improved, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the issue of inspection of imported goods. Honorable Speaker, we have had a big problem. I heard what the chairman of the chair of Transport Committee said, that this will ease the inspection of imported goods. It is true that even now there is the aspect of inspection of imported goods, but we have a very serious problem that we need to look at, especially when it means really creating a conducive atmosphere for doing business in this country. As it is today, Honorable Speaker, is that we have, using our local agents, which is KEBS, have assigned international companies to inspect goods on behalf of KEBS. And yet, even after the international companies have inspected goods, approved, and given a clean bill of health, still the goods come here and they are inspected afresh by Kenya Bureau of Standards. And I think this is very unfair, Honorable Speaker, if we don't use this opportunity that we have in amending business laws to amend that kind of clause. Because what we want, Honorable Speaker, is that if the international the companies have inspected goods and approved them, why should they be subjected to fresh inspection, of which sometimes when it's rejected, then it becomes very expensive for the investors and the people who want to do business in this country. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I am, during the committee of the whole House, I'm going to propose an amendment that once goods have been inspected in the foreign country, then they would not be subjected to further inspection here. Otherwise, then we will have to allow Kenya Bureau of Standards to inspect all goods from their point of origin. Because what happens, when the goods come here and they are rejected, then the businessmen or the companies are forced to re-export those goods at their own costs or destroy the same goods at their own costs. And sometimes it is very expensive, Honorable Speaker. A case in mind is the edible oils that are currently still lying at the port. These goods were inspected at the point of origin. They came here, and the Kenya Bureau of Standards, KEBS, realized that they do not meet the standards of this country, which is very good, Honorable Speaker. But why didn't we reject this bit of inspection at the point of origin, so that we don't subject them to carry all the number of containers that came all the way to this country, and then now just remind the companies that this item in these edible oils is missing? I think that's very, very unfair, and we will not want to subject this to create this kind of business atmosphere in this country, because that does not promote business.
The Honorable Ashiali, do I hear you to be saying that we have a situation in this country where under the PIVOC policy, the PIVOC operation, under Kenya Bureau of Standards, where goods are inspected before they are shipped into this country, in the countries of origin, that when they arrive here, they are subjected to a second inspection again? Is that what?
That is exactly what I am talking. And Honorable Speaker, maybe for your information, I have an interest in this logistics business, and I know exactly what is going on at our ports of entry. And the truth of the matter, and this is completely inhuman, because these companies that are inspecting these goods have been approved by Kenya Bureau of Standards, and in the process paid a lot of money for doing what they are doing. They come up and inspect goods, and I'm sure Kenya Bureau of Standards has given them the standards that they require for our country. Then they go ahead and inspect these goods from the point of origin. And then these inspection companies have approved them. They have given them a clean bill of health to now bring the goods in the country.
The Honorable Ashiali, just hold on. The Honorable Undo seems to have something burning that he seems to think is out of order. What is out of order, the Honorable Undo?
Honorable Speaker, my senior colleague is not very factual in this specifically on the issue of edible oil. I do not purport to speak for KEBS, but I sit in the Committee of Trade, Industry and Cooperative.
The Honorable Undo, you are out of order. What is out of order? What we are trying to advance is a point of argument.
Correct. He is
He is misleading the House. The Honorable Undo, that is what you should have said.
Yeah.
That,
he's not being factual, he is misleading the House.
The Honorable,
I don't know, because despite the fact that my Honorable colleague, Honorable Undo, sits in the Committee of Trade, but the issue at hand has been in public domain. Everybody is aware of what has been happening. The importers of that edible oil have had documents from the inspector. Okay, even if that is not a case that we would want to cite at this case, in this case, Honorable Speaker, we have had many other importers who have brought in goods with documentation after the pre-verification done in the country of origin. They come here and then they are subjected to fresh inspection. Honorable Speaker, if we have to improve the environment to do business, then we have to relook into this policy so that we have businesses that are developed in this country doing their business, knowing that after the goods have been inspected at the point of origin and a clean bill of health given, then that should count even when it comes in this country. Honorable Speaker, I support this bill.
The Honorable Washeli, I believe you have a valid point that you're trying to make, but I think what you're trying to speak to is to neaten the space where Kenya Bureau of Standards pre-inspects goods at the country of origin, and when they arrive here, they should have an easier way to get into the country without too much. But I think the Honorable Undo may be able to help that point to come out more clear. So I am inclined to allow him to have this opportunity. The Honorable Undo.
Honorable Speaker, I was waiting because I was detailed by my chair for Industry, Trade and Cooperative to make a comment in respect of one particular clause 27, so to speak, that we were detailed to review and make a comment. I will make other comments to other comments after I have made a presentation on the matter. Honorable Speaker, there is an amendment to Business Registration Act number 5 of 2015, and this amendment has been necessitated by the reassignment of the function of ease of doing business from the Ministry of Industrialization, Trade and Enterprise Development to the Ministry of East African for purposes of coordination. So consequently, the import of the amendment is to include the party or the department responsible for ease of doing business to sit in the Business Registration Services Board. And that's essentially why they are deleting, they are proposing to delete the CS in charge of trade to read the CS in charge of business reforms and transformation. And that's why you find there's that particular change. Honorable Speaker, we received public comments, fortunately or unfortunately, from only the state departments, that is the State Department of Trade and that one of Office of the Attorney General. While the State Department of Trade purported or requested to include the minister or the CS in charge of trade, the Office of the Attorney General was of the view that this is a function or a department or a section that can be moved any time from the Ministry of East Africa and brought back to trade, or moved to even a Ministry of Foreign Affairs, or moved to any other ministry. And that's why we were inclined to accept their comments that we retain the amendment as indicated under clause 27, only dealing with them, changing from trade, but retaining to business reforms and transformation. Honorable Speaker, that we as a committee will not make any further changes to this, propose any further amendments, will retain as it is. As the Speaker had mentioned, at least let me also take this opportunity to make also a comment on the particular bill so that we put in mind what we are talking about. Honorable Speaker, we must accept that technology makes doing business easy, makes it more convenient to undertake business, but as we support the changes to incorporate ICT, we remain worried, especially those of us that ICT found us around, that we are not so sure how secure it is. It's electronic modes, electronic signature. Many times we read the newspapers how the so-called hackers have hacked into bank accounts, several places, and moved millions and millions of money, how they have hacked all over. We just pray that our system will be secure enough to avoid issues of impersonation, hacking, and changing the documents. I worry if the Survey Act, the documents and the Survey Act, if they're tampered with, the ramification in the land sector, in the doing business, will be unimaginable. I worry if those signatures, electronic signatures, that are making amendments to the Land Registration Act, if they are ever forged or tampered with, I worry the consequences. So I hope and pray that indeed our system will be so secure enough, and even if it is breached, we have mechanism to indemnify those who act in the strength of the forged or tampered documentation. Honorable Speaker, in essence, I support, but that's my cause of worry. Second, Honorable Speaker, clause 15 that proposes to make amendments to the National Construction Authority Act. Honorable Speaker, this requiring the National Construction Authority to enforce prescribed building code in the construction industry is to substantially extend or expand the mandate of NCA. Obviously, it will come with a huge financial implication. I sincerely hope there is sufficient budgetary allocation to enable it and undertake it. Secondly, mandatory inspection of all building sites at any time sounds very progressive and good, but with the vast coverage of this country, with so many informal constructions in the rural areas that are not within NS-related, only scheduled building urban areas, I can see the difficulties of achieving this objective. Probably, as we go to the committee of the whole House, it might be important, and we'll have to persuade the committee responsible to listen to us and only probably designate this mandate at the first instance within cities and the urban areas as provided for the Cities and Urban Areas Act. Honorable Speaker, I also want to go on record to correct a misconception that the chair of the Transport Committee had made on the floor, purporting to indicate that there is no building code in this country. That is off the mark, and it's unfortunate that he was not appraised enough. There is the building bylaw of 1968. Then there's adoptive bylaw that was adopted by all the local authorities under the former Local Authorities Act. Honorable Speaker, under the Physical Planning and Land Use Act, they have donated the power to make bylaws to the various local authorities, in this sense, the various county governments. I know sometimes back, when we were still, I think, under the NAC government, there is actually a draft national building bylaws or building code, which was never concluded because of one thing or another. It's a best way, but again, with a geographically a sparse country like ours, with the different housing expectations, with different housing definitions, it will be practically impossible to have one overriding building code that will cover the peculiar housing requirements of people of Northeastern and people of Funyula constituency. So obviously, some of the time we make very good proposals, but we need to subject them to reality check to confirm that we know the correct position. So it will be important that at that particular time, we do proper check to ensure that whatever we are coming up with, we must be sure we are getting it right. Honorable Speaker, again, the National Construction Authority does not issue building permits. The National Construction Authority merely inspects to confirm that the construction process meets engineering standards and basic construction standards. I can foresee a conflict between NCA and obviously the county governments. So it might be important we harmonize that process together with the Physical Planning and Land Use Act, as well as the Public Health Act. Others just making those amendments alone without tying them will be just an exercise that in futility will not take us anywhere. As I conclude, let me again put on record what my colleague has mentioned about POVCs and KEBs. Honorable Speaker, as you are aware, we have the multi-agency that was formed to weed out contraband goods, substandard goods, and to try and sort out dumping. Obviously, it became necessary at that particular moment that we have to rethink the entire process. Quite a number of goods and service goods that were imported in this country turned out to be of lower standard than provided for by KEBS. Yet they were certified and allowed to come into this country. So it was important that we start another process of randomly counter-checking. It's not wholesale checking of the goods and any other item brought in this country. So, Honorable Speaker, even the issue of edible oil, I'm sure the matter is in court, it's live in court, but it's only important to note that it was just random sampling where quite a number of containers failed the test for fortified vitamins.
The Honorable Cheptumo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me say that I rise to support this bill. And Mr. Speaker, it is important for us to know that prior to 2015, before the amendment of the Companies Act, it was difficult to do business in this country. Process of registration of companies, Mr. Speaker, would take even as long as a month or even beyond. Mr. Speaker, when we did the overhaul of the Companies Act in 2015, we've made it possible for Kenyans to do business in our country, and therefore creating very conducive business environment in our country. And Mr. Speaker, this has also been able to facilitate our investors in our country to do business more efficiently compared to before 2015. So, Mr. Speaker, this proposed law is to continue to strengthen and to create a better environment of doing business in our country. And it is important that as a House and as members of this House, Mr. Speaker, we indeed support this business law. Mr. Speaker, I want to refer to two specific areas which was handled by my committee. That is the Companies Act, number 17 of 2015. Mr. Speaker, the bill proposes to amend Section 35, 37, 38, 42, 43, and 495 of the Companies Act 2015 to entirely eliminate the use of company seals as a means of executing and authenticating of company documents. Mr. Speaker, currently, if you have a company and you want to execute a document, either transferring, buying, or acquiring interest in land, or whatever kind of interest, Mr. Speaker, a company seal is affixed on the document and witnessed by two directors. Mr. Speaker, this proposed amendment intends to entirely eliminate the use of company seals. And Mr. Speaker, this proposed amendment has been supported by a number of stakeholders, Mr. Speaker, who appeared before our committee. The Attorney General, Mr. Speaker, indeed supported this particular proposal. And in Kenya, even though the requirements for companies to obtain company seal is optional, in practice, companies still get seals made which take around 2 days to obtain it and cost 2,500, sometimes, Mr. Speaker, 3,000. It is an element of cost when you want to have a seal for a company. Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General also submitted that with the digitalization of the process of incorporating companies in Kenya now, the security features offered by the company seals have been rendered obsolete owing to more technologically advanced security features of the digital system currently in place. So, Mr. Speaker, we support this particular proposed amendment because we feel it is going to create a better environment for us to do business in our country. Mr. Speaker, the amendment therefore seeks to streamline post-registration procedures by eliminating the need to obtain a company seal, which in turn reduces the procedures, time, cost, or paid-up minimum capital requirement for starting business in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, the other area I would like just to very briefly capture in this, in my submissions, is the proposed amendment to amend Section 611 of the Companies Act of 2015. This amendment, Mr. Speaker, seeks to raise the applicable threshold within which an offeror can have a right to buy out minority shareholders from 50% to 90%. Mr. Speaker, currently the law as it is that if you have a shareholding of a company with 50%, you can actually buy out the minority shareholders of that company. But this proposed amendment is to increase that shareholding, the threshold from 50 to 90%, Mr. Speaker. So that if you are holding 50% share of a company, then it is easy for you to convince the remaining 10% shareholders, that is the minority shareholders, Mr. Speaker, and you buy their shares. This is, Mr. Speaker, fair, because if you are a 50% shareholder, holding 50% shareholding of a company, and you can still want to buy the remaining shareholders, indeed, Mr. Speaker, it is unfair, and I think this is going to really help in ensuring that you must have a high stake in a company for you to indeed convince the minority shareholders to sell their shares to you. Mr. Speaker, minority shareholders should be protected from abusive actions by or taken in the interest of controlling shareholders acting either directly or indirectly. The 50% threshold is detrimental to the market as a whole, and companies may be vulnerable to stakeholders by acquiring who can succeed to persuade 50% of shareholders to accept an offer. So, Mr. Speaker, that is another very important amendment, and we support this again. The various stakeholders who appeared before us, Mr. Speaker, again supported that particular proposal. Mr. Speaker, finally, is another very interesting proposal which is also contained in this bill. Mr. Speaker, on clause 32 of the Business Laws Amendment Bill, the Attorney General proposes insertion of a new clause 32A on protection of minority investors. The insertion proposes to amend Section 289 of the Companies Act, which seeks to ensure that minority shareholders are given a fair chance to be heard by being accorded the right to put in an item in the agenda. Mr. Speaker, when we have the general meetings for these companies, the minority shareholders normally are not given a chance to propose an agenda in those meetings. And so, Mr. Speaker, this proposed amendment is to give a chance to the minority shareholders also when they attend an AGM for their companies, they are able also to propose an agenda for discussion in that meeting. The proposed provision seeks to ensure that in the case of a quoted company, shareholders representing 5% of the paid-up capital of the company are at liberty to propose an item in the agenda to be circulated to members of the company And so, Mr. Speaker, this is really a way again of protecting the minority shareholders of companies so that in an AGM, they are able to introduce agendas in that meeting so that, Mr. Speaker, they are able to protect their interests. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, let me say that currently, the unemployment of the youth in our country is alarming. It is actually one of the greatest challenges we have faced as a country. Mr. Speaker, if we make doing business in our country environment to be efficient, we are going to create opportunities for our young people because we'll have more investors coming on board. We will have even the Kenyan investors also expanding their businesses, and they are able to employ the youth of this country. Mr. Speaker, and we create our economy, and we build a better environment for our population. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to plead with my colleagues here that it is important we pass this Business Laws Amendment Bill for the sake and for the betterment of our economy, our country, and our citizens. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Odepe, but before you speak, the Honorable Odepe, the Honorable Oundo, you spoke to this matter that the Honorable Shelley has spoken to earlier about Kenya Bureau of Standards inspecting goods and multi-agency purporting to do the inspection. Just food for thought for you as you think about it. The standards inspection, isn't it a special jurisdiction that has been created specifically by the Act, and it requires that anybody who wants to inspect goods for standards must be a gazetted inspector under that Act. So these multi-agencies that are purporting to inspect goods for standards are those gazetted officers under the Standards Act, Cap 2. It's 496, I believe. Yeah, just food for thought for you and for your committee. The Honorable Odepe, proceed.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me an opportunity. First of all, Honorable Speaker, I would like to appreciate the way we have dealt with this Business Law Amendment Bill, National Assembly, Bill number 80, 2019, because the chairman of the committees, Honorable Speaker, have presented their views and their proposals. The chairman of the committees are representatives of the people, and whenever they come with such kind of views, Honorable Speaker, it gives favor to every bill. Second, Honorable Speaker, I'm so happy that public participation was done so that the public can contribute their views towards this bill, because this law will affect the generations to come. So, Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the committee for allowing the public to participate in giving their views. Honorable Speaker, first of all, I want to say that these laws will provide qualitative indicators of regulation for starting or doing business in Kenya. Honorable Speaker, as our President has been saying, buy Kenya, build Kenya. For us as a nation to grow in business, we must encourage the local investors to do business in a level that can enable them to compete with other international investors. Madam Speaker, the reason why we have this law, so that we can protect minority investors who are upcoming entrepreneurs in this country. And that's why we are saying this law must protect the minority investors so that they too can be encouraged to do business in this country. Honorable Speaker, this law also helps us to register our businesses so that you can have legal document that can help you to have a right to do business in this country, even if you are a foreigner. And that's why, Honorable Speaker, we are saying these bylaws actually will moderate, it will moderate the playing ground so that everybody in this business world can do. Madam Speaker, Another issue that I want to bring is that these bylaws measure futures of employing workers. Madam Speaker, when we increase businesses in this country, we also increase the number of employees. And that's why we are saying that we need to create more businesses in this country so those unemployed youth who have no jobs in this country and they have skills and they have knowledge, they can work in those businesses so that they can also earn income. So, Madam Speaker, if we do this kind of bills that can actually make our people to generate businesses so that we can also create jobs opportunity for our people, then we need to support this kind of laws. Honorable Speaker, another thing that I've seen here, the goal remains for this bylaws, for this law, is to provide objective basis of understanding and improving regulatory environment for businesses in our country. Madam Speaker, I want to highlight one example that happened in this country. We went to one of the countries last month, and we met a group of Kenyans who told us what happened to some investors who came to this country last month. We are told there were some investors who came here, and they wanted to see a CS concerning investment in this country. Madam Speaker, they stayed here for 3 weeks without seeing the CS. And they left, they went to Rwanda. Within 3 days, Madam Speaker, they did not see a CS. They met a president himself. And now they're investing in Rwanda. So, Madam Speaker, the bureaucracy of this country, even our own civil servant, even the cabinet secretary, they are denying Kenyans chances of investing in this country. They are also denying us jobs by denying foreigners who want to invest in our country opportunity to invest here. So you see now these investors went to Rwanda and they don't even see a minister. They met a president himself. That encourages the investors to go to invest in such countries, Madam Speaker. So I think this law, Madam Speaker, will guide our country on the process on how to do business, but we need also to do, Madam Speaker, to go beyond what we have done to make sure that a person who is responsible, who has been given mandate to make sure that business in this country are being done well, and he fails to perform his or her duty, we must also have a law on how to deal with that particular person, because it's denying this country employment and also taxes. Madam Speaker, with those few remarks, I support. Thank you.
Let's have the member for Igembe South, Honorable Mwirigi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this moment to put my voice onto this bill. Madam Speaker, I rise to support the amendment of the business law, Madam Speaker, whereby they want to introduce the electronic registration, Madam Speaker, which will help to ease the mode of registering the companies, registering the business people who want to do the business in this country, and the investors, Madam Speaker, who we are having each and every day to come to this country so that they can invest, Madam Speaker. Through passing of this bill, Madam Speaker, it will enable many investors to come in this country to do their businesses and to boost the economy of this country, Madam Speaker, through the business. Also, the young people of this country, Madam Speaker, will benefit a lot because they are in large numbers who are not employed. And when the investors, Madam Speaker, will start doing their businesses in this country, they will attract many young people of this country who will interact with them, who will secure their jobs there, and they will be able to maintain their status, Madam Speaker. Secondly, Madam Speaker, this mode of registration through electronic or through electronic, Madam Speaker, it will help to secure many documents because it is a very secure mode of doing business, Madam Speaker, and forging of the document, Madam Speaker, the document which are forged by the hackers or by when you take a certain document in a certain office, Madam Speaker, that document is misplaced. The document will not be misplaced again, Madam Speaker. So it means that through this mode of doing business, many people will have secured their businesses. That, Madam Speaker, those upcoming business people, Madam Speaker, will be in a position of securing their companies when they want to register them, because the time limit or the time which is required to register for a business will take minimum time possible, Madam Speaker, for a person to register a business compared to a current mode of registration, Madam Speaker. Something else, Madam Speaker, this mode also will facilitate this country to grow economically compared with the last time or the past years, Madam Speaker, because we will have attracted many investors who will come here to do business in this country, Madam Speaker, and they will have ease of accessing this country, because most of the investors, Madam Speaker, fail to come to this country to do their businesses because the process which you are supposed to follow so that you can be allowed to do business in this country is a long process. But through electronic registration, Madam Speaker, through the signatures being submitted electronically, Madam Speaker, most of the investors will come, because even the investor himself is not required to come in this country physically to do this registration or to do business here, but he can do or he can conduct business from outside, Madam Speaker. Something else, Madam Speaker, in the side of land registration, Madam Speaker, this will also help and create the security in the land registration, because the information which will be contained or the electronic registry, Madam Speaker, will be secure for the business dealers, Madam Speaker. For example, those who normally do business or who invest in their lands, Madam Speaker. So the amendment, Madam Speaker, will help this country a lot, and also it will help our generation, the upcoming generation of the young people, Madam Speaker, whereby most of them will benefit from this mode of doing businesses, Madam Speaker. So I would like to urge the House, we support the amendment, Madam Speaker, so that this law can be implemented and can start doing work, so that our people who are studied out there, Madam Speaker, can benefit from this. So with those few remarks, I beg to support. Thank you.
Honorable Osotsi. You're giving the wrong mic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to
also contribute to this very, very important motion. Madam Speaker, first I would want to appreciate this system of handling omnibus amendments as opposed to what we are used to, the statutes miscellaneous amendment bill, which sometimes it contains so many amendments to very unconnected laws and gives us a lot of problems. But when we put together similar amendments of a similar nature, it becomes very easy. So I want to commend the government for that approach. Secondly, Madam Speaker, this particular bill proposes to introduce electronic signature and advanced electronic signature to have a force of law, just like the handwritten signature. And I want to say, Madam Speaker, this is long overdue. This is something that we have all been wishing to have, especially us, some of us who work in the IT sector. We have really been pushing for this electronic signature. But, Madam Speaker, I have reservations. You can see the amendment is proposing to amend the definition of the signature to include two aspects: electronic signature and advanced electronic signature. Madam Speaker, those are two different things. Electronic signature is like the handwritten signature that you can sign and scan it on a document and use it electronically. But advanced electronic signature is a digital signature, which is something else. I've heard my colleagues talking about security of online transaction now that we are going to have electronic or advanced electronic signature. I think that is answered by the fact that this amendment also includes advanced electronic signature, which is a digital signature. A digital signature is more complex to forge because it is cryptographically generated. It is more difficult to forge. But for this country to implement digital signature, there is a lot that needs to be done. First of all, we need to adapt the digital signature standard, which this bill is not talking about. In the world, we have three standards. We have the EU standard, we have the American standard, and we have the Swiss standard. Why am I saying it is important to adapt international standard in digital signature? Is because we will pass this law, but without adapting the digital standard that are used globally, we may not be able to trade effectively with the world. So on that bit, I think, Madam Speaker, there is limitation in this bill. And I think it's something that we can look at committee of the whole House. But most importantly, this is the first beginning. We saw recently the Law Society of Kenya had a problem with the Ministry of Land when the Ministry of Land wanted to go online because there was no law. But now this provides us with an opportunity now to do what Ministry of Lands wanted in terms of sealing of document, in terms of lodging of document, and even electronic stamping. It will now be possible with this bill in place. Because it is important for us to digitalize our operation, especially the land department, so that issues like online transfer of land, issues like transfer of ownership, issuance of consent,
valuation of request, and general registration of land document will be possible. Madam Speaker, the second concern I have is that in this country we seem to be doing things half measure. You see, last year we went through a very comprehensive national process, the NIMS process, the National Integrated Identity Management System, where we gave our details, including our biometric details. But now this project has gone quiet because this project intended to centralize all registration data in one system. But it has gone quiet because without this in place, this bill we are trying to debate here will not work. We need to have NIMS working because the NIMS will give us things like unique biometric identifier, which will help us to implement the advanced electronic signature that we are talking about in this bill. Madam Speaker, this bill is also talking about data protection. It is dealing with data, electronic data, but there is no reference to data protection. The standard is that since we passed the Data Protection Act, which was assented to by the President, any other bill that talks about data must make reference to data protection principles. That is the global standard. So I think at the committee of the whole House, we will need to make a reference that the data generated from this will have to comply with the established data protection standards and regulation. Madam Speaker, the other thing is our capacity to manage digital transaction. What I'm talking about is the digital infrastructure, data security. Do we have it? Are we able to manage identity fraud that will result from this? I have concerns because we also passed a law here called the Computer Misuse and Cybercrime Law Act. I know the matter went to court, the matter was resolved, but we are still very low on implementation of that law. And that is the basis on which this other law will be based. Otherwise, we will have challenges with cybercrime, we will have challenges to do with identity fraud, and many others. The other very important thing, Madam Speaker, is that you have heard the CS for ICT talking about the government wanting to implement blockchain technology, artificial intelligence in our system, e-government. This will play a big role, this particular bill we are discussing, in helping the government achieve some of those very good technologies that they want to achieve. So, Madam Speaker, in brief, I think this is the way to go, but I am concerned that we have to deal with the half measures that I have referred to so that we make this work. Otherwise, we will have a lot of challenges, especially on matters to do with digital signatures, which in this case is being referred to as advanced electronic signature. For those few remarks, I support.
Honorable Osotsi, you will certainly have time in the next level to prosecute your reservations to the provisions of the bill. So you can be assured of that. Let's have the Honorable Kipiegon Ngeno.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this chance also to give my views on this particular bill, this amendment. Madam Speaker, I wish to support, I wish to state that I'm in full support of this particular amendment. And especially, Madam Speaker, given that the world over, we are going electronic, it is only us, especially on some few areas which we have been trying to show some being very careful on some particular areas, Madam Speaker, especially on matters of documents which we feel if they were to go online, then there would be a lot of fraud. Madam Speaker, I wish to say that as we are advancing, especially on the part of IT, the world no longer have those fears because everybody knows there are areas where we can protect the documents which can be stored in those particular electronic devices. So, Madam Speaker, I wish to support this by saying that there are so many issues which our country, especially when it comes to businesses, our country has not invested so much in terms of attracting investors and making our country business friendly by making, everywhere in this country to be business friendly. Madam Speaker, remember, we are still, I would say we are still on agrarian system. Our country is still lagging behind, especially on matters of development. And therefore, it is time that we realize that most of the earnings in every country, especially the foreign earner to every country, is through business. And this bill, Madam Speaker, will help to put Kenya in the global village where it can ease the mode of doing business, the way we will be doing business with other foreign countries and also within ourselves. Madam Speaker, remember, especially the issue of registration of companies. It has always been a very hectic exercise. People normally take around 2 to 3 months just to process one company to be registered. Madam Speaker, this was because most of the things we are doing are just physical. But this particular bill will make it more electronic so that if somebody was to do a registration of a company, it may not take even a whole day. It will just be a matter of hours, and your company would have been approved. And now, given the issue of signatures or signing and stamping, which should be done also electronically. So I think, Madam Speaker, this one will ease, especially the youths who want to register companies and use those companies in doing so many activities. Madam Speaker, remember, a lot of frauds in this country also has been on the physical storage of these, or even physical registration of companies, so that somebody would want to use a company today to defraud the government, and then the following day, that company has been thrown away or banned. The certificate would have been banned, and no record would have been found to trace that fraud to a particular person or directors. But with the electronic system, Madam Speaker, you cannot ban the evidence. You remember, Madam Speaker, also, we've had most of the county governments who have been defrauding and who have been also stealing from those particular coffers. When there is an audit or there is an investigation of those particular areas, they normally ban the documents, or they ban those areas, either the registry or the Department of Accounts, so that nobody can trace what had been happening. But, Madam Speaker, with this new system, which can help to store all the documents electronically, even if somebody was to ban a whole county, Madam Speaker, we will still, or the investigators can still trace all the documents they want electronically. Madam Speaker, remember also, we have had issues with the Ministry of Lands, and especially so that if you are to do a transaction in the Ministry of Lands, Madam Speaker, tracing even the title deeds or even all those other documents, Madam Speaker, takes ages. That is why most of the cases in courts take years to be concluded, because tracing those documents, especially with some serious corrupt people in those particular departments, become hard because they will tend to hide the files, and becomes hard even to trace those files. Madam Speaker, with these systems, which I think will go a long way, it will help us to store even the documents of transactions. And remember, Madam Speaker, millions of money are normally gained. The government normally gets millions of money through transactions on land, especially. But the problem is those processes take long, and some of them even stalls. and thus denying the government the revenues that it normally gets. So if we were to have all these issues, Madam Speaker, through this bill, then I think our country will have smooth running, especially on those areas of storage of documents. Madam Speaker, another area which of course also, which I think this particular law will go a long way in easing is the trade between our country and other countries. Just like one of the members had hinted here is that especially investors who want to come and invest in this country find it hard because the procedures that we use in engaging those particular investors are usually stringent, and sometimes it doesn't allow people who know that globally we normally do these things electronically. They won't have time to do what we normally do in our countries. Madam Speaker, I think with this law, it will help to ease the relationship of the trade relationships with foreigners in our country. Madam Speaker, another issue which also felt needs serious support is the issue of placing the signatures and especially in electronically. And just like the worries which my colleague Osotsi, Mheshimiwa Osotsi, had also hinted is that sometimes also it becomes most of the fraudsters will find their way unless we have a very serious law and a way of protecting the data that we have in our systems. Otherwise, fraudsters might use it to defraud our systems. Madam Speaker, lastly, I would wish also to say that I will be also looking into these deeply into this particular law, so that we can also bring amendments that will guide mostly in most of the protection and especially the penalties or the punitive measures that can be taken against those who would wish to defraud the systems that we would have put in place. So, Madam Speaker, I wish to end there by saying that I support this particular amendment, and I would wish our country to go electronic, not only on the business systems, but in everything, Madam Speaker. We wish to have electronic, like what we have in this house, Madam Speaker. This house is almost going electronic in most of the issues that we have. We would wish to have our country move to the next level so that electronically most of the things can be sorted. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Let's have Honorable Oyula Mairo, member for Butula.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also comment on this proposed amendment bill, business laws. Honorable Speaker, this is a very good move for business atmosphere for our country. Honorable Speaker, you may wish to know that Kenya has been having a lot of problems in sending away investors because of the systems that we have been going through. It has been taking almost more than 3 months before you can get a business registered, and that has chased away a lot of investors. And as we chase away the investors, Honorable Speaker, that means we are reducing employment for our people, because employment will only come through business. So these amendments are opening up the field for the Kenyans to increase investments and also allow the external investors to come into the country and establish businesses which will increase the number of employed youths in this country. Honorable Speaker, these laws, and particularly the revenue laws that have been amended, I'm sure they are now going to help in reducing the bureaucracy that is held in places like the ICD, that's inland container depots, where it takes a long time to get the containers released because of too many laws that have to be observed before any container is released. Honorable Speaker, it was mentioned a while ago that inspections are done outside the country, and again, when the goods reach Kenya, another inspection is done. Yes, Madam Speaker, we have pre-shipment inspections which have been on. These have not helped to reduce the time in the country when the goods are being released, because there's a double inspection that is done in the country. I hope that with these changes in the revenue laws, we will have goods being inspected only once outside the country and get the goods here released immediately. Honorable Speaker, we are now going to have a lot of investors. Honorable Speaker, it is very encouraging if you are outside there and your country is being praised for following the right channels. That's what Kenya is going towards. I was recently in an SDG meeting, and Kenya was rated among the countries that have taken up the SDGs as was agreed on. So I'm sure this is also going to impact on the improvement on the SDGs, which is a 2030 requirement in Africa. So, Honorable Speaker, this amendment is very timely, and we should, as a House, ensure that we approve. Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I thank you for giving me the opportunity to support this bill. Thank you.
Member for Tharaka Nithi County. Honorable Nkatha. Or have you changed counties?
No, Madam. I'm still the MP for Tharaka Nithi County. Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to support this bill. The amendment is very important, particularly this time, Madam Speaker, when our economy is not really doing very well, and we are aware of that. And Madam Speaker, you know, an economy of any country cannot grow without business. And for us to attract business people from other countries, we need particularly to improve our technology, Madam Speaker. We need to improve our security, which is very important to the business and even to the people of this country, Madam Speaker. We also need to have good roads, that is the infrastructure, includes, that is the air transport, the railway lines like the SGR that we have at the moment. We need to have all those in a very good shape, Madam Speaker, so that we can be able to improve or grow our economy, Madam Speaker. We need to create industries. We need to go back to manufacturing. And when I'm talking of manufacturing, Madam Speaker, I have in mind the industries which closed some years back. I have in mind the Kikomi industry, Mount Kenya textiles. We have Webuye paper mills, Madam Speaker. We also have the Bata Shoe Company, which is in Rimuru, Madam Speaker. And it's really struggling to survive at this time when we have the Metumba shoes from other countries and the very cheap shoes from other countries, Madam Speaker. So we need to improve our laws so that we can be able to sustain our economy. We have to have an environment that is friendly to the business people from other countries, Madam Speaker. We have so many youth in this country who are really loitering. They have nothing to do. They are not able to feed themselves. Young people are not able to sustain their families because they have nothing to do. But when we have a friendly business laws, Madam Speaker, we are going to employ our youth. We are going to improve so many things in this country. So I really want to support this amendment, Madam Speaker. But I'm not sure if I hand the Committee for Security chair discussing about this particular bill. Because like today, Madam Speaker, when you read in the social media, I don't know if it is true or not, but it is important to mention, you have known or you have heard what is happening in Mandera. That is now the security we are talking about. We need to secure everything. We need to secure all the issues so that we can be able to maintain and to keep our business friends from other countries. So I support the amendment bill, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Very well. Let's have Dr. Makali Mulu, Honorable.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for also giving me this opportunity to contribute to this important bill. Honorable Speaker, I want to agree with my colleagues that these amendments are very important to this country, and more so when they are targeted at improving the business environment. Honorable Speaker, when this bill was being moved by the leader majority, it was indicated that it's targeted at improving ease of doing business. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Lima and I had a chance of attending a workshop where this was being discussed. And there is what they call the Ease of Doing Business Index, which is calculated every year and is facilitated by the World Bank. And when you look at what is happening, Honorable Speaker, Kenya has managed to move from position 136 in 2014 to position 56 this year. But putting this into context, Honorable Speaker, in Africa, there are two countries which are doing better than Kenya. One of them is Rwanda, which is at position 38 now, but last year they were at position 29, so they dropped by about 9 positions. But number one is Mauritius, which is position 13. So in the top 50, we have only 2 countries. I'm sure if you go to the top 100, then Kenya will come in. So what we are saying, Honorable Speaker, is this law is going to assist Kenya to achieve the target. In that meeting, the CS did indicate that the target for Kenya in this year is to be in position at least 30, so that among the top 30, they will be in that position. And actually, during our discussion, some of the issues which he was raising, the CS in charge of this area, have been addressed by this bill. And that's why I get very, very encouraged, Honorable Speaker, when I see the idea of going electronic, using electronic signature, using electronic affixation of the seal, getting authenticating documents through electronic means, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, this is the way to go. And while I agree with the honorable colleagues that there might be some risks associated with this, and this has been mentioned by the honorable member was just spoken about the ICT expert, that even as we go that way, there is need to think about security. I agree with them that the more we go electronic, Honorable Speaker, the more we need to improve our security. And Honorable Speaker, as a Kenyan, we really have reasons to get concerned about the security. Because we have had cases where people have lost money in the banks through this electronic fraud, Honorable Speaker. So it is important that, Honorable Speaker, that we really support this bill so that we are able to get that level. And just as I will give an example, Honorable Speaker, one of the things which is making Rwanda do very well is in Rwanda, they have made a policy decision that if you are either a small or micro enterprise and you register a new business, for the first 2 years, you don't pay any trading license fee. So you just register and you work for 2 years, is giving you time to settle and all that. And these are the things which attract business. And the Honorable Speaker, when you attract business to an economy, there are things you do which are to the economy which are very important. First of all, you trigger what we call economic growth. And when the economy grows, you're able to get things like employment, improving, so that more youth get employed. At the same time, also, Honorable Speaker, when you make this environment so encouraging, you get what we call private foreign investments. People coming from outside to invest. And when they come, other than employment, you also boost your foreign exchange reserves. So these are some of the things, Honorable Speaker, which this country will be benefiting as a result of this law. And I think it's really important that we support this law. But I have two areas which I just want to make some observation, Honorable Speaker, and say that as we go to the third reading, it is important we think about them. One of them, there's this proposal, Honorable Speaker, where we are saying that with this bill passing, we will be doing away with requirements for land rates certificates when you are transferring any land interest. So that when I want to transfer my land to you, or when I sell my land to you, the issue of land rates is like we will be doing away with it. And I was asking myself, what is the implication of that in terms of those people who don't pay land rate for quite a long time, and they just sell it to you so that they don't pay the land rates? And what happens in terms of then collecting revenue, which you require to improve this country? And that is tied closely, Honorable Speaker, to other clauses which are talking, if you read through the bill, there's a lot of mention about tax exemption for activities related to SGR, Honorable Speaker. And I get concerned when I see like we'll be exempting tax for anything which is locally procured or imported relating to the SGR. We have already done SGR from Mombasa to Nairobi. We have done it now to Naivasha. And I really don't know, Honorable Speaker, whether we are talking about the next phase of SGR. And if that happens, then I go back to my earlier question. Honorable Speaker, we've just concluded on discussing the budget policy statement. And one of the key observations, which doesn't make economic sense, is that our GDP is growing, our revenue collection is dropping. And potential reasons, some of the reasons why we have revenue declining in terms of collections, one of them, Honorable Speaker, is if we have tax leakages. The second one, Honorable Speaker, is where we have unrealistic tax exemptions. What this means, Honorable Speaker, is that if the country does not collect tax because of these many exemptions which we are giving to institutions, Honorable Speaker, then we negate the objective of growing this economy. And I think as we go through, it would be very important for the committee, and I wish my chair of this committee, Finance, is listening, because he's the man charged with the responsibility of ensuring we collect enough revenue, Honorable Speaker. So in this case of SGR, I would want us, really, Honorable Speaker, to be very specific what we mean when we say tax exemption for anything which is locally procured or imported in relation to SGR.
Honorable Limo, I think the Honorable Dr. Makali Mulu is addressing a very important issue. But I can see you are in deep consultations. And I think it's good for you to catch his attention, or for him to catch your attention, because I think what he's saying is important for you in relation to the just concluded BPS.
So I don't know, Honorable Speaker, whether I need to just say it again, or you can pick the answer and see what I've said. Because I was pleading with him to listen. But since the answer is there, I think he can easily pick it from there so that I also secure my time. But I think that would be important, Honorable Speaker. The other thing, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of the NSA, the National Construction Authority. When we say they must inspect all sites, construction sites, Honorable Houndo presented the matter very well. But I just want to add this and say, Honorable Speaker, we must be careful not to create opportunities for rent seeking. Because if we do that, then we are going to collapse the systems so that Kenyans don't construct, because NSA must be there to inspect and give you authority. In that case, then instead of people motivating people to construct, we might be blocking them from construction. As I conclude, Honorable Speaker, the other issue which is important, there is something called Rapid Results Initiative. This is something where you track the results you want to achieve as an economy in a rapid manner. And I remember when we were with the Honorable Limo, and we listened to a presentation from the Dubai, you call it the United Emirates what? The state. That there was a presentation. One of the things they told us in that conference, the reason they are doing so well in business is because they have a system of tracking all the targets they have committed to achieve. So that every day you have a committee, every month, which sits to say, where are we in terms of our targets? Every 3 months, they have a target, and they're able to analyze where are we doing well, where are we slow, where are we not doing anything. And as a result of that, then that committee ensures that every implementation is fast-tracked and they're able to achieve their goals within the shortest time possible and within the agreed time. With those remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support.
I'm sure the Honorable Limo will be interested to pick some notes from you after we adjourn as he consults the Hansard. Let's have the member for Ainamoi, Honorable Sylvanus Maritim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute to Business Laws Amendment Bill 2019. And it is a right direction which will make business, or rather doing business in this country, easy. Madam Speaker, Kenya has been a favorable destination to foreign investors seeking to do business in the region, and this will positively contribute towards economic growth and will create more job opportunities for Kenyans. The main reason why Kenya has remained as a favorable destination, Madam Speaker, is because of a number of reasons. One, of course, being the political stability in the country. Previously, we've seen our countries like South Africa with their xenophobic attacks that are keeping off the investors. Number two, Madam Speaker, is because of good infrastructure that we have in place. We have good roads. If you look at Kenya, where we are right now, with good road network to remote sites like Moyale, it is, in one way or another, encouraging investors to invest heavily in Kenya. Madam Speaker, the other reason is communication network in this country. With fiber crisscrossing and getting to every part of this country, it is making it easier for investors to invest in this country. And I'm saying this with Turkana County in mind. Today I saw Turkana County asking for a waiver of about 93 million shillings for an investor who wants to connect that county with fiber optic. What basically they are doing is to keep off investors in investing in that country. Number three, Madam Speaker, is because as a country, we have friendly rules and regulations and even taxing regime. And I'm happy because this bill, in a way, as much as it encourages foreign investors, is also trying to, ensure that products that we can easily manufacture as a country would be given first priority by exempting tax and even excise duty. Madam Speaker, clause number 13 and number 6, clause 6 and clause 13 is embracing technology, where now we do not have to be filing documents manually, we don't have to be authenticating documents manually, we don't have to be appending signatures manually. With introduction of electronic means of doing all this, then for sure it is going to ease business. However, Madam Speaker, I have reservation with clause number 14, where it is suggesting that for companies that will be having less than 100 employees, consideration should be made so that they can be exempted from occupational safety and health. I think issues of security, issues of health should largely be dictated by the nature of work that one is doing. There is no direct relationship between the number of employees and the exposure to risk. There are companies who could be having even less than 10 employees in their company, but the risk level is high. People who are working with masts, people who are working with power lines are equally exposed, however few they can be. So I think my suggestion or my recommendation that will come later on would be, let that be dictated largely by the nature of work that they handle. Madam Speaker, I'm happy because clause number 15, 16, and 17 is equally introducing NCA, particularly to ensure that we have building code in place. We've been seeing structures mushrooming, and in this town, Madam Speaker, if you look at the speed at which foreign companies, for example, Chinese, are putting up structures, I'm not saying it is disturbing, I'm not saying it is worrying, But my question is, are they in conformity with the NCA standards? We know minimum duration that probably a slap should be left to cure. But sometimes we ask ourselves if really they follow those rules and regulations. The same thing as, of course, introducing a penalty and ensuring that whatever construction happens, people comply with the best practice and the requirements that we need as a country. And that will ensure that in as much as we encourage investors, we'll also get value for money, we'll also get quality structures. And finally, Madam Speaker, again on NCA, introducing or rather carrying out regular inspections in various sites is also good, so that if should there be a situation where a contractor would be doing shoddy work, we can get hold of him on time and rectify the situation before it gets out of hand. With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I beg to support. Thank you.
Very well. Let's have the member for Kitui West, Honorable Nyenze Edith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me take this opportunity to also hear my views on the business bill, and on the onset say that I support the bill. Actually, because it's making the rate of doing business in Kenya easier, because Kenya's ranking in the World Bank's ease of doing business index has improved from about 130 to 50 globally, and this means that it's actually we are actually opening the market for more investors, which will translate to improved economy. It will translate to creation of jobs, especially for our jobless youths who are not able to get white-collar jobs. When doing business in Kenya becomes easier, then and then investors come in, then jobs will be created. It will also mean that there will be more innovation in our country, because as we learn from the investors, we will get more innovation. But there is still room for improvement, especially when doing business in our own country, not for the investors, but for the Kenyans also, because we still have very many requirements for small startups. It's also very expensive to do business in Kenya, because there are so many charges. You start a small business and then you are supposed to pay so many charges, and also the tax is also quite high, because some businesses are really highly taxed. So as we open the doors for investors to do good business, we should also mind our own Kenyans. We should also encourage Kenyans, especially to do business, since, as I've said, there are no white-collar jobs. As in this case, I'm thinking of a way of actually reducing by a certain percentage the cost of starting small businesses for the youth. If it's taxes, the same way we have said that 30% of the businesses should be given to youth and people with disability, we should also consider reducing by a certain percentage the taxes and also charges which are done by the youth, especially when starting small businesses, and especially when they are starting the business for the first time, so that we encourage them to do business. Since, as I've said, there are so many requirements. Then again, as we open our doors for investors, we should also mind about the security, because we might open so much and really be concerned about growing the economy only to open doors for the wrong people. So a lot of scrutiny is supposed to be done so that we don't open doors for insecurity. Then the other thing which I want to comment about is on taxation. Every time we say that we don't collect enough revenue, and we should look especially into this business bill to make sure that we don't exempt some businesses which are supposed to be giving us revenue. Especially, we should look at the SGR. I know we have encouraged, the bill is talking about building big storages for storage of bulk commodities like grain. When it comes to importation, also exportation, this is very positive, so that when the SGR has already been constructed, but if we do not have bulk storage, then we will not have enough storage for bulk, especially grain and such other commodities. But we should also be very keen when it comes to exemption of taxes. Because if we exempt so many and we open it so much, then we'll also lag behind as far as revenue collection is concerned. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, I support the bill, but there is still room for improvement. Thank you.
Let's have the member for Gatanga, Honorable Ngugi Dwati.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to also make my contribution. From the onset, Madam Speaker, I want to say that I support the bill. This one is going to be a game changer, especially for people who do tenders or people who are engaged in construction industry or anybody who participates in tender. As it's known in this country, Madam Speaker, before electronic documents were not, before this law, I'm sure electronic documents were not accepted. And it has been very difficult for Kenyans, especially when they are tendering, because even filling the business questionnaire can take a very, very long time. And many Kenyans have lost tenders just because of wasting a lot of time and being late in submission of the tender documents. The other thing, Madam Speaker, this law is really going to create a really fair playing ground, because in the past we have seen instances where somebody has submitted his tender and some of the documents have been plucked out. Maybe your VAT document, your tax compliance, by fraudsters, people who want you to lose jobs for no apparent reason. The other good thing about this law, Madam Speaker, is the submission of even survey documents. You know, survey drawings are very bulky. Architectural drawings, some of them are very bulky. In the past, for the ones working in the construction industry, it is well known that an architect can send his document to an engineer, and they can exchange various documents. But when it comes to government jobs, this one is still not allowed. The other good thing about this law is clause 16, where the National Construction Authority has been given powers to enter construction sites to find out whether the investors or even the contractors are following the law. Madam Speaker, you have seen many buildings collapsing in this country. And it's because many Kenyans have refused to use professionals in this country. They have fenced off those sites. They have fenced their sites such that national construction personnel are not allowed to enter the sites. It's really important that we ensure the safety of Kenyans. You have seen many Kenyans who are using quite huge amounts of money. You invest over 100 million, that building collapses. Sometimes it's not the problem with the investor. It's the professionals who masquerade that they are qualified to do that job while they are not. Now with the electronic submission of documents, the inspector will be able also to make sure that the person who has done those drawings is also in that register of architects or even contractors. The other good thing about this law, Madam Speaker, is the registration of business. In the past, it has been very difficult to register a business in this country. Just to do a name search would take you more than 3 days. To register a company would take you several weeks. While if this thing was in an electronic form, maybe somebody would do the name search, register that business within the same day, and be able to trade, especially our youth. We are providing substantial amounts of money to support our youth. But most of them are having problems, even to register those companies. Submission of, I talked about submission of tenders. I've said it to take less time, and it will also be cost-friendly. You know, making photocopies is very, very expensive in this country. Very expensive. It will reduce that cost substantially. And Madam Speaker, I want to with this, I want to say that I support the law, and thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to make my contribution.
Member for Kandui, Honorable Wamunyinyi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to make some remarks on this bill. Honorable Speaker, the Business Laws Amendment Bill 2019 comes at a time when there has been consistent emphasis on enhancement, rather improvement of the conditions for doing business in our country. A lot of emphasis has gone to foreign investment, investors in various fields and so on. But I think what this bill should be doing is to enable all those would-be investors, all those who intend to do business in our country, both locals and foreigners, to have good environment, good business conditions that would help them to realize, what they envisage. Honorable Speaker, there has been talk of one-stop shop. There has been talk of measures taken by government to ensure that, the business communities are accorded the opportunity to do business in that environment desired. This hasn't worked very well for various reasons, one of which I think is being addressed by this bill. Having electronic manner of engaging in the business registration, in applying for licenses, registration of companies, and so on and so forth. This, I think, is going to be a big cure. It even goes as far as, providing for electronic signatures, so that you do everything, you pursue all that you want to do, and you conclude it electronically. You don't have to walk around the AG's chambers or the Registrar of Societies and Companies or the Huduma Center, the PC's place in Nairobi. To get this registration, you do it and finish online. This is going to save time. It will assure people and give the confidence needed to ensure that you're not even speaking to anybody when you are registering a business. This, I think, is going to solve so many problems. I also note that we're trying to solve, these laws are intended to solve problems, but you notice some of the charges. I was approached recently by some young men who are doing a company, and they wanted the NCA certificate. And they were being asked for so much money, thousands and thousands of shillings, in order to be registered by the NCA. The same thing applies to even counties, to issue license. Someone who has never even done business, a newly registered company, they has to buy a trade license when they have not done any trade, when they are not even sure that in the next businesses advertised around, they're going to win any, but they must have a trade license. These are some of the things I think we also need to look at. Honorable Speaker, I also wanted to say that this business environment, I think will not only apply, those we are focusing, because our local mills, some of which have collapsed, is because of this kind of environment we're talking about. Look at Mumias Sugar Company, a giant. What problem? What is it that did not happen? What is it that government, stakeholders, partners failed to do to bring down Mumias? Look at Nzoia, with the best soils in Africa, good for sugarcane, for sucrose. It is gone under, it's going under. What is the reason? What is it that government, what is it that managers, what is it that the people concerned have failed to do? It is also about, I think, doing business. But one of the reasons, if a quick look at the sugar companies, the production cost in Kenya is very high. Sugar produced in Brazil is very cheap. In the Kenyan market, you can't even compare with the locally produced sugar in terms of pricing. Even if you charged VAT, if you charged, when you impost all the charges, by Kenya revenue, they will pay and still make money out of the sale of sugar in Kenya. So it means something, Madam Speaker, is wrong. And we also need to address this as we, want to meet, to go to the standards of the UN, SDGs, and so on, and the world, the World Trade Organization. We want to get to those, but must address the local issues, the issues that also affect the locals themselves. Then I'm sure that these are going to be good laws. But I wanted, Madam Speaker, to raise an issue which I thought with the leader of majority here, my friend, Honorable Duale, I'm not sure when we specifically provide for an amendment to, and we list there we're doing this for SGR. In my view, I think the laws that we want to make in this country, the legislative pieces we introduce here should be for the good of the country and for everybody, all those that can want to do something in relation to business in this country. But you'll note, Madam Speaker, in I saw some clause, which is clause. I think one of them is clause 11. I also saw a similar one in another clause, where in clause 11, Madam Speaker, the bill provides for the amendment of the Income Tax Act. Income Tax Act, specifically in order to provide for investments deductions on capital expenditure incurred for the construction of bulk storage facilities for supporting the standard gauge railway. I saw something like that again, about the same thing, supporting in Arts Clause 25. Also causing an amendment to Value Added Tax Act 2013, specifically for SGR. I think is specific, you're amending the Income Tax Act and saying you're amending it for SGR. Amending the VAT Act for SGR. We already have had problems, and we think we want to make good laws, Honorable Speaker. I always support the leader of majority when he brings good proposals on the floor of the House, but I think we may have, to relook at some of those specific proposed amendments that you are targeting to amend for so and so. We don't make law for specific individuals or entities. We make good law for the entire country. And then I think the other thing, Madam Speaker, and I think my colleague, Honorable Makari Muru mentioned this also, about the land rates, where land rates should not be an issue when it comes to transfer. Now, that means, it means if you transfer regardless, whether in the past you had to pay to clear the land rates before a transfer is effected. But if it's not going to be an issue, then it means projections, even in the budget, even in the counties, projections are undertaken on the basis of what is anticipated to be collected. And land rate is one of them. If you throw it away, you're saying you're not going to pursue land rate at certain stage, then what happens? It also misleads, you do not attain your projections, and you fail to meet the funds, the resources that you require to undertake specific development in the country. So, Madam Speaker, I wish to also state that, on the electronic documents and various forms of electronic system suggested for amendment, safeguard must also be undertaken to ensure that we prevent fraud.
Let's have, that's recorded. Let's have the Honorable Member for Kisumu East, Honorable Shabir.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I am very pleased that this particular matter has come for our consideration. The difference between Singapore, Malaysia, and those economies is the fact that organizations and business is easy to transact. It's very easy to get creation of wealth in some of these countries. And I think under this new proposal, much of what is envisaged is to make business easy to transact, to have it so that wananchi, the youth, the women, and others are able to have their registration of business quickly and have favorable terms and favorable regulations to allow them to continue their business. Madam, one of the biggest problems we're having in this Kenya today is sometimes as far as we are going ahead with electronic incorporation of big companies, electronic registration of name, and my daughter was doing it the other day, and I was astonished how quickly, within minutes, that she can get a name registered and a business registered. That's a great thing. But somewhere along the line, what really comes up is the issue of certificate of good conduct. Now, there's the biggest problem that we have. If you have a certificate of good conduct, every year you have to go to the same place. Every year you have to take about 1-2 hours to get the certificate of good conduct. And I think one of the things that we should have captured, or hopefully somebody will, is to reduce the time and the procedures to get a certificate of good conduct. If now everything is electronic, your fingerprints are electronically covered, I think it's quite easy for a certificate of good conduct, if you've had one done before, to renew it. You should just go electronically like you are registering a company. That should be done quite easily. And I think that is one of the biggest problems that at this moment in time the youth are having. And I know that isn't part and parcel of the fact that you have to do ease of doing business. But I assure you, you get an organization, you get your business settled, and you go for a contract or you go for something or the other, the first thing they ask you, have you got a certificate of good conduct? Have you got this or that? So as much as we are going further, there are certain of our requirements that are holding us back. They're holding us back, and it is very important that that is done. The other thing, Madam, we've been waiting for Huduma card for a long time. I was one of those who felt a Huduma card would be one of the most forward-looking an approach that we could have. It's not come yet. So even a Huduma card, the moment it is able to come in and make everything for us electronic, it will be a great thing. You know, in Denmark, the moment you're born, you are given a number. And you're going to have that number till the moment you are died. and that allows you to register for so many things very quickly. And I think what we need to do with the 40 million Kenyans that we have is to make sure our ease of doing business is improved. It is much better now, but I think it can be improved greatly. There's one other matter that I think I need to bring up here. That is the ease of access. It goes with the ease of doing business. When you want to go to a certain office of the government, you have to leave your ID card. And according to the ID card, that is your personal property. Nobody else should be holding your ID card. Nobody. But nowadays, you see what happens. Somebody wants a small loan. The person who's giving that Shylock wants the ID card. You have to deposit your ID card. When you deposit that ID card, it becomes a problem. When you're coming into official business, government property, and even private property, you have to give your ID card to somebody else. I think this is the sort of thing that we're hoping the Duma card will be able to sort out so that we don't have to cover and we don't have to be handicapped by small procedures like ID cards, like a certificate of good conduct. With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I beg to support.
Member for Kaiti, Honorable Kimilu Joshua.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to join my colleagues and contribute to a very important motion, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, one thing with this motion, the reason why I'm happy because it has come at the right time. Madam Speaker, I want to support it because, for one, it will bring fairness. Because going electronically, it will also solve the problem where we have whereby when we are doing tendering, our youth are being, because of the high competition which is there, there's a lot of corruption and a lot of games going around in the tendering of the government and also in private sector. But going electronically, it means that there will be fairness because someone, once a tender is placed, with going electronically, it will solve the problem of whereby someone can plug a paper of your document, or it will also even make the work easier. 2 weeks ago, I had a meeting with my youth in my constituency, and we are talking of how they can do tenders and get jobs, because we have so many learned people outside there, but there are no jobs in Kenya. But with such a system, with such a law, it will also isn't things whereby those youths can start their small businesses, get the chance to make their own money without being employed, because it's not a must once you go to university, you get your own degree, you go for employment, but you can employ yourself. So I think, Madam Speaker, in Kenya, we need this law because it will also make things easier. And also for some organization, like this will sort also the problem of organization whereby we pay tax twice, whereby once the organization pays for the any advertisement, an agent or a dealer will not be.
Honorable Speaker, I wish to bring your attention what I have just seen happen here. You know, this House must be respected, Honorable Speaker. The Honorable Member hovering around and moving from one place to another, Honorable Shakir, is just crossed here. This Honorable Shakir is a senior member, Honorable Speaker. You just crossed here.
Order. Honorable Shakir.
And he needs to conduct himself well when it comes to the House, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Shakir, I'm sure there are many witnesses, so just write what wrong you have done. You are not even on record. Order.
Madam Speaker, I want to stand on my rights. I call witness. I walked up to there, I bowed, and then I walked back, and I want to call witness He was there, he saw it.
Okay, so
Thank
let's
you.
assume that the Honorable Wamunyinyi
He
saw
was not-
one
he was-
minute he
he-
saw you on your seat and the next minute he saw you here. Let's assume
I
that's
think
what
he,
happened.
I think he was not looking. He's my in-law.
Okay.
I know he's my in-law, but I think he was not looking, madam.
Okay, let's have the Honorable Member for Kaiti.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. Before Omunyinyi interrupt, I was about to finish, and I was saying I support this because I know it will bring change, and it's also improve our system of doing businesses in Kenya, and it's also encourage investors because people will be interested to come and do business in Kenya because of the system. It will be smooth, and it's also be encouraging. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support the motion. Thank you.
I see no further interest in the debate on this bill, and on that note, I call upon the Leader of Majority to make a reply.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And on the onset, I want to thank members who contributed and more specifically replied to Honorable Omunyinyi's concern. In fact, on section 25 and 26, we have agreed in principle that I'm going to withdraw those amendments on VAT before we come to the Committee of the Whole House. But the other ones, I think, is just to encourage, in the ease of doing business, investors to make sure that ultimately the railway, the SGR is successful. So it's a part of incentive given to investors who want to invest bulk all the way from Mlolongo to Naivasha to Kisumu. But the essence and the most important objective of this bill, Madam Speaker, is that when the minister in charge appears before the World Bank and IMF, it will really help in the ease of doing business. We are now at number 56, and we anticipate maybe in the next few years, 1 year, 2 years to come, including next year and this year, we increase our positions to a more favorable, maybe the top 20 or the top 10, and the first in the sub-Saharan Africa and in Africa in general. So this is a very, very important bill. It's very rare to see business laws amendment. And what I think those statutes being amended is only to make sure that there is tidiness, there is efficiency in terms of cost, in terms of time, in terms of regulatory framework, and in terms of legal framework, to make sure that we support the process of doing, of making or easing the doing of business in our country as spearheaded under the President Uhuru Kenyatta's administration. With those main remarks, I beg to move.
You're moving, Honorable Leader of Majority.
I beg to reply, sorry.
We are at the tail end.
I was thinking of that, Madam Speaker, that also we use the camera in the chamber just to confirm, because Honorable Wamunyinyi is, I don't think whether he will just speak for it. So, and Honorable Shakil cannot also. So between the two, come Tuesday on the record, we must know who is lying to the House. And if it's confirmed, Honorable Shakil crossed, and we see that, then you'll be ready to be named.
Yeah, I think we need to have a third eye, because now it's one word of Honorable Wamunyinyi against Honorable Shakil, you know. Anyway, so, and they are both very, credible members of this House. So, you know, it really puts us in a quagmire. Honorable members. The time being 6:59 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Tuesday, 10th of March, 2020 at 2:30 p.m.